Can test the mic. Right. Good morning, everyone. It's yet another day when we assemble to conclude our conference. Very thankful those who have presented in the 2 days gone by, and our audience. I think we've had very useful interaction, and we want to begin this final session. As usual, I want to invite Reverend Waweru to begin us off, and then I'll invite Dr. Manyara will immediately take over chairing of the first session this morning. Reverend Waweru.
Thank you so much, Daktari. Good morning.
Good morning.
Praise God. God is good
all the time.
And all the time.
God is good.
I'd like to begin by reading from Mark, the Gospel of Mark, chapter 16. Gospel of Mark, chapter 16, verse 15. The Bible says, "And he said to them, go into all the world and proclaim the gospel to the whole creation. Whoever believes and baptized will be saved, but whoever does not believe will be condemned. And these signs will accompany those who believe. In my name, they will cast out demons, they will speak in new tongues." Verse 18 says, "And they will pick up serpents with their hands, and if they drink any deadly poison, it will not hurt them. They will lay their hands on the sick, and they will recover." The Bible is encouraging us this morning to go and spread the good news to those who believe. However, even as medics, our work has been, we need to talk about the good news. We need to talk about the good measures we are taking. We need to talk about the new ways that we have invented. We need to talk about the new good ways to help our human beings in this republic. And much more, the Bible also says that when we believe, we are going to do miracles. So the working we are doing is important before the eyes of God. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, want to thank you for this morning, want to thank you for this day you have given unto us. Our Father and our God, want to pray for the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, and all government organs and ministries. Father, we want to pray for the Minister of Health, remembering, mighty God, how they're working hard for the realization of Vision 2030. Father, we want to pray for our CEO and our board chair and their board of directors and all senior managers working at Kenya Medical Training College. We want to pray for all our academic staff and our supportive staff. Mighty God, we pray that you will equip them for the better of Kenya Medical Training College. We pray for our students, mighty God, in our 74 campuses. Help and uphold our counties and our country government when they sponsor our programs at Kenya Medical Training College, helping our students to go through our training. Help and keep our students in the right way of life, even as they have come and joined Kenya Medical Training College. Help us, Almighty God, also to realize our objectives in the universal health coverage. Be with us when we begin this day. Almighty God, bless our facilitators, bless our presenters. Almighty God, bless the research work we are doing. And all this we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our sins, as forgive those who sin against us. Lead us not to temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the glory, the power forever and ever. Amen. God bless you.
So good morning, everyone. Today is our final day of the 7th biannual conference, and I'm sure we have heard all the nuggets, the knowledge of the former presenters and talks that we have had. So my name is Dr. Manyara, and I'm excited to be the chair of this session today. And for this session, we have non-communicable diseases, the diseases that we thought were diseases of the West. But slowly they have crept into our midst, either because of changes in lifestyle or because of our change in socioeconomic status. And so we have about 5 presentations And some of these diseases are hypertension, cardiovascular disease, mental illnesses, as well as suicidal behaviors. We also have kidney diseases that are going to follow during the panel presentation. And today we're going to begin with the paper presentation because the panelist that we had will be coming much later at about 10. So by that time, we should have probably finished the first 5 paper presentations, but we will change as we go by. So for the 5 presentations, I will read through the topics, and then the videos will go in tandem. So we will not stop. So I will urge you to really note down all the questions that you have so that we will have a 15-minute session at the end of the 5 videos. I hope there are 5. If not, we will see what to do as we go by. So we have a 15-minute question and answer session so that at that time, the questions will be answered. I hope that the presenters are all here, the 5 of them. So can I see all the presenters? We have Macharia, see? So we are starting with number 2. Esther is around. Pombo. Onchiri. Mutie is around. So we have 3 papers. The presenters are here. So do we go by the 3? So we start at number 2, right? So I'm going to read the topics of those that are present here. So the first is a prevalence of cardiovascular risk factors and knowledge of cardiovascular diseases among staff of medical training college in Coast region. The second one is determinants of perceived burnout among healthcare workers during COVID-19 pandemic, a cross-sectional study of hospitals in Kenya. And then the third one, determinants of spectacle wear among school-going children in Uasin Gishu County, Kenya. So we will have those videos running in tandem, we will not stop. So please note down your questions and then we'll take them after that. So the videos can run.
Good morning, all. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my research paper on prevalence of cardiovascular risk factor and knowledge of cardiovascular diseases among staff of Medical Training College in Coast Region, Kenya. My name is Esther Keria from Kenya Medical Training College, Msabwani. I was the principal investigator and I had my co-investigator, that is Rose Bogo and Jacob Otieno. I will present my paper using the IMRAD format, that is introduction, method, results, and discussion. I'll start with the introduction. Cardiovascular diseases killed 17.9 million people globally in 2016. 17% of these deaths were reported in low and middle income countries. That is the research which was done in 2017. Cardiovascular diseases account for 9.5% of all deaths annually in Kenya. That is according to the Global Burden of Diseases 2016. Cardiovascular risk factors include smoking, overweight, obesity, raised blood pressure, raised cholesterol, raised blood sugar, harmful alcohol consumption, and physical inactivity. The prevalence of hypertension, diabetic, smoking, alcohol consumption, and overweight in Kenya Non-communicable diseases risk factor STEP survey, which was done in 2015, were 23.8%, 4%, 13%, 19%, and 19% respectively. Cardiovascular mortality can be avoided through prevention cardiovascular diseases prevention program at community level and workplaces. Design of such program require baseline information on CVD factors, risk factors, prevalence, and knowledge of cardiovascular diseases among targeted by prevention efforts. Few studies in Kenya have been reported about the cardiovascular diseases risk factor, prevalence, and cardiovascular diseases knowledge in general population. However, no similar study has focused on health workers, and especially in KMTC. Prevalence of cardiovascular risk factor and knowledge of CVDs among KMTC staff in coast region in Kenya remain unclear. So this study, it aimed to determine the prevalence of CVD risk factor and assess level of knowledge regarding CVD types, symptom of heart attack, symptom of stroke, and CVD risk factor among staff in KMTC. Findings would present the KMTC managers with accurate and reliable context, specific evidence to motivate them to prioritize CVD prevention in its college campuses. We have methods. The design was cross-sectional survey. The data collection, the data was collected between May and July 2022. The setting was Kenya Medical Training College and in Sabweni, Port Reitz, and Mombasa. The participants were academic and non-academic staff in those three campuses. The sampling technique. In Coast Region, there were 7 campuses, that is Lamu, Kilifi, Mombasa, Port Reitz, Voi, Taita Taveta, Kwale, and Sabweni. So we did a multi-stage sampling technique, which was used in 2 stages to select the study setting and study participant. Simple random sampling was used. Simple random sampling also was used to select the 3 campuses. In the second stage, the study participant was stratified into teaching and non-teaching staff, and consecutive sampling technique was used to select the staff who consented to participate in the study. The data analysis, we used SPSS version 20, was used to analyze data, and the data was summarized using frequencies and proportion. The chi-square test was used to test the association or the relationship between the participant demographic characteristic and better knowledge of CPDs. Outcome measures. The primary outcome measures were prevalence of cardiovascular diseases of risk factor, knowledge of CVD, and independent factor associated with better cardiovascular knowledge. Results. So the first result is for socio-demographic characteristic of the participant. Out of 103 study, target population, only 90 were interviewed, giving a response of 87.3%. So the first table showed the socio-demographic results. That is according to the gender, male, female. Then there was age, which showed that between age of 51 and 60, there were 35%. Education attainment, majority of them had undergraduate, that is 47.7%, and 77.8% were married. So the second table, our second result is about the prevalence of cardiovascular factor stratified according to the gender. So the prevalence of cardiovascular risk factors we have stratified according to the gender and the age. So the first one is about the gender. So we had the variables or risk factors as smoking, alcohol consumption, physical inactivity, unhealthy diet, overweight, hypertension history, diabetic history, and raised cholesterol. So for male, the highest risk factor was unhealthy diet, which was 72.1, followed by overweight, which is 70.5%. For female, the highest factor was physical inactive, which is 72.4%. Then there was unhealthy diet, 69%. So that table for the risk factor, according to the age group, still the factor were smoking, alcohol consumption, physical inactivity, unhealthy diet, overweight, hypertension history, diabetic history, and raised cholesterol. So between the age of 30 to 40, 32.8 had unhealthy diet. They were the majority. Then between the 41 to 50, that is 20.3, 51 to 60, overweight or obesity were 40%. And between 61 and 70, the majority were physical inactive, that is 15.5. Knowledge of cardiovascular types, health attack symptom, and stroke symptom, and cardiovascular risk factor among participants. So 51.8% of participants were able to identify the CVD types correctly. 60%, 45.6, and 38.2 were able to identify coronary heart diseases, that is stroke and heart attack, respectively. About 40% of the participants were not aware of any heart attack symptom, and the most known symptom were shortness of breath, that is 70%, pain in the arm of the shoulder, that is 62%, and the chest pain, which is 54.4%. Over 50% of the participants could not recognize any symptom of stroke. For those who could recognize the symptoms, they said is numbness or weakness, that is 72.2, confusion or trouble speaking, that is 57.8%, and sudden dizziness and loss of balance, that is 55%, were the most recognized symptom. 72%, 75%, 86%, 70%, 65%, 67%, and 55% of the participants were aware that smoking, obesity, unhealthy diet, physical inactivity, raised cholesterol, high blood pressure, and diabetic, respectively, were potential risk factor for cardiovascular diseases. So the next one is factor independently associated with the cardiovascular knowledge. Participants who were 40 years and above, those who attend the undergraduate and above education level, academic staff, and married had a better knowledge of cardiovascular diseases type and cardiovascular risk factor. We have a table which shows the relationship or the association between the demographic factors or the risk factors and the knowledge. So those variables were genders. We're looking at the association between the gender and the knowledge, age, education attainment, marital status, job status, physical inactivity, hypertension history, diabetic history, self-reported weight description, eating habit. So discussion. Cardiovascular risk factor prevalence. This is a study in Coast region, Kenya. This is the first study in Coast Kenya to comprehensively highlight the prevalence of cardiovascular risk factor, as well as level of knowledge of cardiovascular types, that is heart attack symptom, stroke symptom, and cardiovascular risk factor among medical training college employees. So eating unhealthy diet, 71.1%, physical inactivity, 64.4%, smoking, that 3.3%, alcohol, that 1.1%, and hypertension, 28.9%, were the five most prominent risk factors among men and women. Prevalence of cardiovascular risk factor in the current study was significantly higher than what were reported in Kenya. Kenya non-communicable diseases in the study for the STEP survey, which was done in 2015, and in an institutional study conducted in Bahrain in 2014, but was lower than that which was reported among university staff in Nigeria, the study which was done in 2014. The findings of high prevalence of cardiovascular risk factors among participants implies that in future, there will be an accelerated epidemiological shift to high prevalence of non-communicable diseases among medical training college staff in coastal Kenya, and therefore there is urgent need to initiate workplace prevention program to reduce future cardiovascular diseases burden among this category of workforce. Factor independently associated with the cardiovascular diseases knowledge. Cardiovascular diseases knowledge was found to be higher among those who were above 40 years compared to those who were less or equal to 40 years. Association between the age and cardiovascular knowledge has been reported in previous study from Cameroon and Sub-Saharan Africa and Kenya. Poor knowledge on cardiovascular among participants aged less or equal to 40 years would indicate an urgent need to target this group, age group, with CVD education. Okay. Knowledge on cardiovascular diseases. In the current study, 51.1% of the participants had poor knowledge on CVD, 9 out of 20 scores, 40% and over 50% were not aware of any heart attack and stroke symptom respectively. These findings are consistent with those conducted in Cameroon, Sub-Saharan African, and Kenya. The study which was done in those in Cameroon, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Kenya. This result underscored the need for effective heart attack and stroke education effort among the participants to be able to recognize the multiple symptoms of this condition, as this would lead to early recognition of stroke, heart attack, proper emergency action, and reduction mortality. So it is important to read the limitation and strength of the study. The study findings were based on self-reported data with risk of recall bias or consequent of other or other estimation. Verification of the respondents' claim for truthfulness and accuracy was not possible in this study type. The respondent claims were taken at face value. Despite its limitation, the study has generated useful baseline data for future large-scale study of CVD among KMTC employees. Thank you.
So we can have the next physical presentation first, and then we go to the video presentations. So I think you can put in Mr. Pombo's presentation, after which we go to the video presentations. Macharia is around, also physical presentation. Is that so?
Yes, good morning, members. Yes, I'm happy to present to you a study on a perceived yes, yeah. I'm happy to present to you the study on the determinants of perceived burnout among healthcare workers during COVID-19 pandemic, a cross-sectional study of hospitals in Kenya. I'm Pomo Benedict, the principal investigator. The members are Wamalwa Gendrix, B. Wilson, and Adoma. Start moving. Can I start again? Start again. I will start afresh. I'm happy to present to you a study on determinants of perceived burnout among healthcare workers during COVID-19 pandemic, cross-sectional study of hospitals in Kenya. I'm Pomo Benedict, and the co-authors are Wamalwa Hendricks, B. Wilson, and Adoma Vista. Introduction. Burnout is described as a complete emotional and mental confusion where an individual experiences frustration due to inability of performing on the job. Studies have revealed that approximately 12% of the working populations worldwide are healthcare workers. There has been a significant increase of COVID-19 infections and deaths since the first case was diagnosed in February 2020 in Kenya. Healthcare staff members involved in the management diagnosis of COVID-19 are at risk of experiencing burnout. Challenges experienced in COVID-19 management include shortage of PPEs, scarcity of appropriate medication, risk of infections. Statement of the problem. Burnout is a major global concern affecting physical, emotional, and mental well-being of healthcare workers. The magnitude of burnout in developed countries among working population ranges from 13% to 27%. A study in Kenyatta National Hospital reported 94.1% of the participants had burnout, with the majority being less than 30 years of age. These findings were higher as compared to other regions of the world, like Australia, which had 58%, and England 6%. Objectives. Broad objective: to investigate determinants of perceived burnout among healthcare workers during COVID-19 pandemic, cross-sectional study of hospitals in Kenya. Specific objectives: determine the level of perceived burnout among healthcare workers at personal level, to assess the level of perceived work-related burnout among healthcare workers, to assess the level of perceived pandemic-related burnout among healthcare workers, and to identify coping mechanisms used by the healthcare workers to minimize the burnout. Such questions: what is the level of perceived burnout among healthcare workers at personal level? What is the level of perceived work-related burnout among healthcare workers? What is the level of perceived pandemic-related burnout among healthcare workers? And what are the coping mechanisms used by healthcare workers to minimize the burnout? Rationale. The prevalence of burnout among healthcare workers ranges from 25 to 75 globally. a study in Egypt among healthcare workers with the burnout syndrome, 55% exhibited emotional exhaustion, 64.3% depersonalization, while 67.3% reduced personal accomplishment. There is insufficient data on the prevalence and the burnout impact among healthcare workers in Kenya. Concept of framework. Concept framework had independent variables, intervening variables, and the dependent variable. Under independent variable, we looked at the stressors, resources, and then coping strategies. Under stressors, with mortality, morbidity, fear of virus transmission, and risk of infection. And resources that we looked at were personnel, material, workload, ICT, and monitoring. In coping mechanisms used were withdrawal or avoidance of availability of social support network. And intervening variables with age of respondent, social network, and underlying health conditions. In the dependent variable, we had the burnout, which was the outcome. Study methods, cross-sectional descriptive study was used as study design. Study setting was healthcare workers in CIA teaching and referral, Rift Valley teaching and referral, Machakos level 5, and Coast General Hospital, referral hospitals. Subjects, a total of 336 healthcare workers, comprising of doctors, nurses, pharmacists, laboratory technologists, clinical officers, radiographers were recruited in the study. Sampling technique, purposive sampling method of 4 hospitals based on a phenomenon of interest was used. Stratified sampling method was used to obtain the required number of respondents from each of the 6 cadres. Silver-dimensional questionnaire was used at data collection. Data was analyzed using SPSS statistics version 26. And odds ratios was used to compute relationships between independent variables and the dependent variable. Multiple regression analysis determined the main factors influencing the burnout, and the results were presented in a form of charts, tables, and percentages. Ethical considerations, permission, and ethical approval was obtained from KMTC, NACOSTI, GeoTRH, and the relevant facilities, ethics and review committees. Informed consent was obtained from the study subjects. Anonymity, privacy, and confidentiality was assured. Results, level perceived burnout, 60% of the respondents experienced personal burnout, while level of perceived COVID-19 pandemic, about 71% of the respondents experienced COVID-19 pandemic-related burnout. Social demographic characteristics, work experience was a significant factor with work with both of personal and COVID-19 related burnout. Respondents with the 1 to 5 years of age of new experience of the odds ratio 11.425, and the odds ratio with those ones of 6 to 10 years, the odds ratio 13.38, were most likely to experience personal burnout. Occupation of the results or respondent was significantly associated with the COVID pandemic burnout only. Pharmacists' odd ratio 18.065 and 5.86 of the laboratory technologists were less likely to encounter to have the pandemic burnout as compared to others. Coping mechanisms, social support was the commonly used coping mechanism against burnout, the 65%, followed by problem-oriented mechanisms, and avoidance was less commonly used by respondents. We acknowledge the KMTC board of directors and the CEO for funding this research, the CEO of NACOSTI, KTRH for granting the permission, and then the people who helped us in the data collection, and the KMTC Lecturer Campus principal for providing conducive environment for this study. Thank you.
So thank you. We are going to move to the next set of 3, which will be video presentations. So we can have the first, that is on diabetes mellitus. And then the next.
So good morning and how are you all? Welcome to this presentation. My name is Catherine. So good morning and how are you all? Welcome to this presentation. My name is Catherine Masharia from Kenya Medical. So good morning and how are you all? Welcome to this presentation. My name is Catherine Masharia from Kenya Medical Training College, Thika campus. And I am going to present a study that was done on determinants of glycemic control among diabetes mellitus patients attending care at County Referral Hospital Nyeri in Kenya. Now, when we talk about diabetes mellitus, it is a metabolic disorder characterized by high blood sugar levels over a long period of time. Again, when we talk about this condition, it is chronic and it requires long-term care. Diabetes mellitus also, it is among the top 10 conditions with high mortality rate throughout the world. So it is a global problem, and in the year 2019 there was a study done by International Diabetes Federation that approximated the deaths from diabetes and diabetes related complications to be at approximately 4 million people. In the same study, it was approximated that around 463 million people live with diabetes worldwide. Diabetes mellitus can be categorized into type 1 and type 2, and this is the focus in this study. The participants who participated in this study, they had both type 1 and type 2 diabetes mellitus. In type 1, it is autoimmune, meaning that there is self-destruction of the cells of the pancreas, and type 2 is where we have insensitivity of body cells to insulin that is produced by the pancreas. Again, when we talk about this disease, we have risk factors which include lifestyle, so to say sedentary lifestyle, urban dwelling, and also high income earners, which is consistent with junk food consumption. Diabetes mellitus poses a serious health challenge for the person living with diabetes as well as their families and those people who take care of them. When it comes to the management of it, it constitutes of several interventions, which include pharmacological interventions, diet counseling and modification, lifestyle modification, among others. In the management of this condition, there should be monitoring to know whether the person is faring on well, and the monitoring is done through laboratory tests that tells about the blood glucose levels. In this study, we focused on one of the tests, which is the HbA1c, or the glycosylated hemoglobin, and a good control of glycosylated hemoglobin is between 4 to 5.7%. 4 to 5.7%. Glycemic control is a good indicator of how well the diabetes is being managed. It indicates the success and the failure of the treatment, and therefore it is a very critical outcome for people living with diabetes mellitus. Now, in this study, we had some objectives, and one of our objectives was to determine the level of glycemic control among the participants. The other one was to determine the demographic characteristics, and the demographic characteristics of interest to us was, in this study, was age, religion. We also had gender. We also had education level, income level, among others. We also had an objective of determining the psychosocial factors and how they influence the glycemic level. Under this, we had support from the healthcare workers, support from families, support from the caretakers, and the friends and kins of the participants. Now, the other objective was to determine the level of self-management, and under this, of interest was drug administration at home, the pattern of exercises, the pattern of sleep, lifestyle medication, to include the nutrition, how do they prepare their food, and how do they serve in line with what they have been taught by the healthcare workers. In this study also, we had some research questions that we intended to answer at the end of it when we collect and analyze the data. Now, the research questions were, what is the level of glycemic control among the diabetes mellitus patients, which was determined through HbA1c test? What are the demographic factors associated with glycemic control? What are the psychosocial factors associated with glycemic control and their influence on the glycemic levels? What is the level of self-management and its influence on glycemic control? Now, in this study, the methodology that was used, it is a qualitative descriptive cross-sectional study, and the study site was done at Diabetes Clinic of County Referral Hospital Nyeri. The population was patients with diabetes mellitus type 1 and type 2 that attends care at County Referral Hospital Nyeri Diabetes Clinic. Sampling was done from the diabetes register in the clinic, and a sample size of 71 patients was arrived at using the Cochrane's formula. The eligibility criteria was that it had to be an adult with either type 1 or type 2 diabetes, and that one who was due for HbA1c tests. Then data collection was done using a structured questionnaire, and at the same time, a whole blood sample for HbA1c was collected for lab analysis. Data presentation was done using tables, pie charts, and graphs. After data collection, data analysis was done, and of interest in the study was measures of central tendency, which included the mean, mode, and the median, measures of dispersion to include range, variance, and standard deviation. Then again, the relationship between the variables was tested using Pearson's R, and hypothesis testing was done using chi-square. Now, after data analysis, these were the results, and these are the results for HbA1c. We had good control standing at 16 patients, which is equivalent to 22.5%, and we had 55 patients with poor control, which stood at which was scoring at 77.5%. Now, on demographic characteristics, The association between it and the glycemic control was also tested using chi-square, and as you can see from the table displayed is that there was a strong relationship between them, between the two variables. And on association of self-management with glycemic control, there was a negative or a weak association between self-management and the levels of glycemic control. In the association of psychosocial factors with glycemic control, again, there was a negative and a weak association between the two variables. And this was done through Pearson's R, and the correlation tested through Spearman's. Now, in the discussion of this study, the glycemic control, majority of patients accounted for 77.5% who had poor glycemic control through a HbA1c test, which was equivalent to 55 participants among the 71 participants. Then association between the demographic factors and the glycemic control, it showed a strong relationship, and therefore it shows that there was no statistically significant association between it and the glycemic levels. In conclusion, majority of the respondents had poor glycemic control, and demographic characteristics are not associated with glycemic control. However, there was a negative correlation between level of self-management and glycemic control, as well as a negative correlation between psychosocial factors and glycemic control. In the recommendations, it was recommended that diabetes education should be enhanced, and support on self-management among the diabetes mellitus patients. There should also be integration of psychosocial support in diabetes care, regular monitoring and follow-up of diabetes patients, as well as collaborative care and interdisciplinary approach among the diabetics care. Thank you for listening, and I am open to any question. Thank you very much.
So we can have the next, I think the last video presentation to complete the 5 presentation for this session.
My names are Abel Onchiri, MSc Medical Microbiology and a manager at KMTC. I want to present a research topic by the name Predisposing Factors to Mental and Suicidal Behaviors Among Students of Kenya Medical Training College. Introduction of this topic is that at a time, worldwide, we have around 450 million people who suffer from mental and behavioral disorders, which is shown by mental distress, including anxiety, depression, suicide, ideation, and somatic symptoms such as headache, backache, and sleeping problems. Over time, we have received a number of complaints from students who have tried to commit suicide due to different problems. At least we have 12 to 18% of students who have been diagnosed with mental illness. A study among undergraduate students in Canada showed that 30% of students had a psychological distress, significantly higher than the adults in the general population of Canada. Nowadays, mental distress is an important public health problem, and it is the leading cause of mental disability worldwide. The prevalence of suicide rate among young is the second leading cause of death in college students, making it significant. over 1,100 students die by suicide each year. It is estimated that each year for individuals ages 18 to 29 years old, 2.9 million people have suicidal thoughts and estimated 477,000 attempt suicide. More than half of the students in the USA have mental distress. In college students, we found out 21.6% of the sample reported thoughts of suicide. And in another study, approximately 49% of the college students reported a lifetime history of suicidal ideation or attempts. The main aim of this study, therefore, was to establish predisposing factors that trigger mental and suicidal distress among Kenya Medical Training College students. According to World Health Organization estimates for the year 2020, approximately 1.53 million people, particularly youth, die from suicide, and 10 to 20 times more people are to attempt suicide in the world. Those estimates represent, on average, one death every 20 seconds and one attempt every 1 to 2 seconds in the world. Although overall productive value, the presence of psychopathology is possible the single most important predictor of suicide, especially among youth. Problems with help-seeking social communication and self-disclosure also pose a suicide risk, as do personality traits of the aggression and impulsivity in the lives of youth. The research sought to determine the predisposing factors that trigger mental and suicidal distress among students attending Kenya Medical Training College in order to institute intervention measures to counter the fight. The objectives of the study is to determine the predisposing factors that trigger mental and behavior distress in students among Kenya Medical Training College, to establish psychosocial factors that influence mental and suicide distress among KMTC students. The research questions: what are the predisposing factors associated with the mental and suicidal distress among students in KMTC? What are the psychosocial factors that influence mental and suicide distress among college students in KMTC campuses? Significance of the study: it is expected that the finding of this study will be of significance to the Ministry of Health, KMTC colleges, KMTC lecturers, parents and guardians, college management and policymakers on the psychosocial factors triggering mental and behavioral distress among students. Methodology: the study area is KMTC campuses, sampled some of the campuses: Moro, Bomet, Nakuru, Nyahururu, Sigowet, and Kapkatet. The research design is descriptive and inferential research design which corrected both quantitative and qualitative data. Sampling technique: due to the various differences in characteristics of the study population, different sampling methods were used to select the study participants. The sampling technique that were deployed include second and third year students who were selected using simple random sampling. Lecturers who were included in the study were also selected using the simple sampling, while members of the campus management were sampled by use of purposive and snowballing sampling. Sample size determination: the sample size of each of the groups in the study was determined using Yeaman formula 1967, and the formula is present, and the accepted sampling error represented by a value of 0.05, giving us a 289 as our sample size. Data collection instruments: we used focus group discussions, and also we used questionnaires. The research collected primary data from second and third year students, KMTC lecturers, and campus management. Data collection procedure: the study was undertaken over a period of 2 months and was conducted using structured questionnaires and focus group discussions. Copies of the structured questionnaire with both closed and open-ended questionnaire were administered by the researcher to students and teachers who filled structured questionnaires to gather relevant data addressing the objective of the study. Data analysis: the statistical package for social sciences was used 26.0 fashion. All data was analyzed using descriptive and inferential statistics that involved calculating frequencies, mean, standard deviation, and percentage. Analyzed data was then presented using tables, pie charts, and graphs. Ethical consideration: the proposal and research was approved by the College Research Committee. Confidentiality of the participants was highly observed. In addition, the research maintained anonymity of the respondents upon obtaining a written consent based on an elaborate explanation of the study. Results: according to the study sample size, 289 questionnaires were given out to the respondents and 220 were fully filled, successfully returned. This represented a response rate of 76%. That is considered adequate to be used for the data analysis. The objective number one, predisposing factors that trigger mental and behavioral behavioral distress. From the study findings, majority of the students, that's 177%, representing 80.5%, agreed that they know students whose mental and psychological conditions had affected him or her to the level of dropping out of college. Those who had never seen any students whose mental and psychological condition had affected to the level of dropping out of college were 43, representing 19.5%. The finding imply that the majority of the students had mental and psychological conditions. The second objective was psychosocial factors that influence mental and suicide distress. As per the findings, the majority of respondents generally agreed to all the listed statements concerning effects of the psychological condition. Specifically, a majority of students agreed and strongly agreed that the students with psychological conditions have no one to talk to, while few, 39, that's 17.7, and 24 of the respondents strongly opposed the statement. 40.5, that's 21.1%, indicated that the students with mental and psychological conditions had no one to reach out for help, and 80.5% indicated that students with psychological conditions experienced stigmatization from in and out of college, against 7.7 who said they didn't experience stigmatization. Conclusion: the study found out that substance abuse was the leading cause of psychological distress and suicidal ideation, where alcoholism was a major factor at 90.9%. Addiction may lead to dropping out of college, contracting STIs and HIV/AIDS, raw cases of cancer, that's papillomavirus, physical challenge, stigma, poverty, stealing, joining of cults, hence contemplating of suicidal behavior among students. Recommendation: the government should develop an authority to handle suicide and mental health related issues. The authority should be funded so as to manage drug use and abuse in colleges. The authority should establish adequate policy for information of the society. Counseling sessions and trainings to be done regularly. Introduction of short courses on drug abuse and alcohol in order to create awareness among students. That's the end of the paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we
My
find we
name's
have
Abel Onchiri.
So last but not least, we have one by the last presentation by Dr. Mutie. So it can be loaded up.
Greetings. I bring results of a study whose title is Determinants of Spectacle Wear Among School-Going Children in Uasin Gishu County, Kenya. My name is Dr. Dorothy Mutie, and I present this on behalf of my co-investigators as highlighted in this slide. This study was carried out between July 2021 and October 2022. Before we proceed, I wish to make a few definitions for better understanding of the presentation. Visual impairment. This is a state where the eye or the eyes is or are unable to see. Then refractive error refers to the inability to see clearly due to a defect in the focusing mechanism of the eye. Then uncorrected refractive error is a population study term that refers to refractive errors that could be corrected with either spectacles or otherwise, but have not yet been. And so to the background of the study, globally, we have about 123 million people living with uncorrected refractive error. And currently, there's a global target to increase effective coverage of refractive error. And this would refer to the extent to which all who have been diagnosed to have refractive error and have been corrected. The impact, or rather, refractive error is the commonest cause of visual impairment in children. And the impact is usually seen in their education. They tend to have poorer grades, and there's low esteem, and their future potential is negatively impacted. Correction for refractive error is usually done by using spectacles, among other modalities. However, providing spectacles is not enough. If the children do not wear the spectacles, then they don't realize the full benefit. A systematic review across high and low income countries found the prevalence of spectacle wear to be as low as 9.8% to 78.6%. And the methods that were used were unannounced spot checks, mainly in schools. Associations that promoted or were factors that were associated with spectacle wear included age, sex, and refractive error magnitude, among others. And reasons for not wearing spectacles were identified as teasing, parental disapproval, misconceptions, and so on. And so we sought to identify what the situation was in our country or in our setting. And part of this was to provide evidence that would inform strategies that would be useful in improving adherence to spectacle wear among school-going children, and to address any stigma that would arise thereof. The study also hoped to provide findings that would inform similar school eye health programs within the country. So these were the objectives for the study. First one was to determine the prevalence of spectacle wear among school-going children, and secondly, to explore factors influencing spectacle wear among these school-going children in Uasin Gishu County. So the study design was cross-sectional, and we used mixed methods to obtain quantitative and qualitative data. Quantitative data was obtained through a survey, which got data, or rather the data was obtained using interview-administered questionnaire, while the qualitative data was obtained through focus group discussions using pre-designed question guides. So the setting of the study was within an Operation Eyesight School Eye Health Project, which was located in Uasin Gishu County. There were three sub-counties that were involved in this school screening project, that is Soy, Tarbo, and Ainab Koi. This next slide shows the flow of the school screening project and where the study came in. So from the start, for the project, children in primary schools, public primary schools, were screened. A screening test was administered, and after that, any child who failed the screening test was sent for triage. This was done at predetermined health facilities where eye health workers were stationed. So at the triage stations, at the healthcare stations, the actual diagnosis was determined, and those who had refractive errors and needed spectacles were given those spectacles free of cost, and any other condition, any child who had any other condition was treated accordingly. So it was at this point that we got our study population, and we proceeded to interview these children. We did not have a sample size because we intended to study all the children. We also did focus group discussions from this group of children who had spectacles, but also included others, as I shall show us later. As far as ethical considerations are concerned, we obtained ethical approval from the ERC at Moi Referral and Teaching Hospital and Moi University, as well as from NACOSTI. And then we obtained parental consent and assent from every child. We also respected the school calendars and schedules so that for minimal interruptions. So here are the results of the study. So over 81,000 children were screened, and out of them, over 6,000 were sent for triage. Out of those, 445 children were issued with spectacles. We were able to trace 293 of them, and those are the ones we interviewed, giving us a response rate of about 65.8%. And a part of the main reason for this was there was a transition to high school and a few transfers to other schools that were outside the study area, though we made every effort to follow up these children through various means. We also conducted 20 focus group discussions with a total of 146 participants, which included parents, teachers, and children. Now, these children, we had, for the children, we had two main groups. We had children who had spectacles and those who did not have. We also aggregated them into male and females, and we also had representation of both urban and rural based schools. So out of the 293 children, the male-female distribution was almost equal, and the age range was 5 to 18 years, with a mean of about 12.9 years. Most of these children were in the upper primary, about 93% of them. The rural and urban distribution was almost equal, with just a slightly higher rural representation. So from this population, we got a visual impairment of 7.8%, and out of this, the refractive errors were 7%. The types of refractive errors we found were, well, the proportion of the refractive errors, that is astigmatism, hyperopia, and myopia, was almost equal, which was a bit surprising considering the age of these children. We expect myopia to be higher, much higher than hyperopia. A small brief on the kind of spectacle correction, spectacles issued. Now, those who had refractive errors were given the respective spectacle correction, but we also had a quarter of them receiving what we call protective spectacles. These are spectacles issued to children who have one functioning eye, or they have, so that is provided for mechanical protection, and then the others would have those who had severe allergy arising from sunlight. And so a month after all the children had received their spectacles, we made an announced visits to the schools, and out of the 293 children, we found 54% wearing their spectacles. By comparison and other literature, this is still a disproportionately large group of school-going children not wearing their spectacles, yet they had been provided at no cost to them. And so from our data, we found that what was significantly associated with the spectacle wear were previous diagnosis with refractive error, being happy with the frames or spectacles provided, and the presenting visual acuity. All others were not associated. All other factors we had tested did not promote spectacle wear. For those children who were not wearing their spectacles, and incidentally, of those who are not wearing spectacles, about 65% of them had not worn them for about a day or two, citing forgetting them at home or having forgotten them in a bag in their classrooms. But of concern was a proportion of about half who felt that they did not need the spectacles. And then of those whose spectacles had been broken, this was about 17%. About 14% of them were concerned about their looks, and the least reported reason was discouragement from parents. And this was quite a good indicator. And studies that have provided replacement of broken spectacles still did not increase spectacle wear. And so when looking at areas of focus, say for future studies, it would be interesting to again delve deeper into these reasons for non-wear. From our qualitative data, we found that a sense of independence was gained by those who wore spectacles. For example, they no longer needed to ask their neighbor for notes, and they could choose where to sit in class, especially for those who preferred sitting at the back. And this speaks to the individual factors where bearing a heavier influence on spectacle wear. And the role of child's relationships, we found that the peers had the greatest influence, both negative and positive. And that's the point I've just mentioned. So in addition, we found that children's activities did determine whether they would wear their spectacles or not. 85% of them would deliberately set aside their spectacles to engage in playing during school time. I mean, the allowed time in school, while 88% would do so while at home, especially when they would be doing their chores. And so to conclude, the study showed that prevalence of spectacle wear among the school-going children in Uasin Gishu County was low at 54%, and the determinants for spectacle wear included an interplay of individual and external factors, with the individual factors bearing more weight. Factors that were positively associated with spectacle wear included presenting visual acuity, being happy with spectacles, and previous diagnosis of refractive error. Peer influence is rated higher than parental or teacher influence, and it's both ways, negative and positive. And then reasons for non-wear included no felt need, broken spectacles, and concern about looks. So our recommendation is, one, for those in eye health who are prescribing spectacles, they need to spend more time with the individual child to identify possible factors that could promote spectacle wear and enhance them. And there still exist research opportunities to test strategies to promote spectacle wear. Thank you.
So thank you for.
I read results of a study whose title is.
Thank you for those 5 insightful presentations. We have heard about glycemic control in diabetes. We have heard about cardiovascular diseases. We have heard about burnout, mental diseases, and now spectacle wear. So I know you have been noting your questions down, both us and the online group. So we are now going to a 15-minute session for questions and answers. But before we get there, let me welcome Dr. Ajuk, but I'll be introducing him formally. So welcome, but I will introduce you formally during the next session after this. So I want us to start with the questions and answers. So the presenters, please be ready. So let me have your questions and the questions. The presenters. If you have questions, you can raise your hand. But maybe I can start with the first one for the first presenter on cardiovascular diseases. With all the risk factors that you mentioned, I think I would have been interested to know what is really the prevalence of cardiovascular disease in the staff, not just the factors, not that they are overweight, they are smoking. I would have wanted to know the risk, the prevalence itself. So we can move on. Yeah, please go on. Go ahead.
I noted that objectives 1, 2, and 3, that is talking about the level of perceived burnout, is repeated, even if it's being split to at a personal level and at the healthcare workers level. At each level, it's still talking about the healthcare workers. So to an ordinary leader, it may be able to cause a little bit confusion. So maybe moving forward for your application, you may consider collapsing those two objectives, those three objectives. Then I also have an observation to make about determinants of glycemic control in the objectives. Of course, I'll say this study was, as the others are, is informative. It's going to inform how we approach patients with diabetes. But I also note on the design, we had qualitative descriptive study design, because the people will make observations whether it needs to be concurrent mixed study design, but that is left to you to look at. But I only have two observations to make regarding the analysis. One, I did not see the qualitative data. Maybe it's there in the main document. And the second bit I noted is that in the reporting of the analysis, there is a mix between chi-square analysis and correlation analysis, because it says there is a significant positive correlation observed between patients of glycemic control and age, and then it goes in brackets to give us the chi-square. So I note that chi-square has no positive or negative correlations. And so when you mix correlation analysis with chi-square, then it leaves the reader. And even, in fact, the p-value is positive. And in chi-square, usually there is no positive p-value or negative p-value. Maybe that's an observation I make for purposes of the publication that we intend to have moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you to the presenters. I have two questions. One on the cardiovascular risk factors. In the methodology, there was an aggregation to have non-teaching and teaching staff. I would have been interested to find out about the comparison between, or rather just looking at the two groups, how are the risk factors and the knowledge, especially the knowledge, what was the distribution like? Were they subjected to the same kind of questions so that then we probably expect maybe the teaching staff to have maybe a higher knowledge or something like that. I would have wanted to just hear a little bit of that aggregation. And but you did well to aggregate the male and female, and it was interesting to see which factors affected the males more versus females. And because this, I think, would inform any interventions that would be proposed, so that then probably might need to target the teaching staff separately from the non-teaching staff. But if you have that data, it would be interesting to hear. Then on the study on the students and the suicidal tendencies, I would want to understand the choice of campuses. How was that arrived at? And on the study population, the criteria for selecting the students, I don't know whether it was just any student that was found in campus, because I would have been interested in seeing, hearing from the students who had actually dropped out. I think in the results, there was mentioned that of those who were interviewed, they said quite a number had dropped out due to stress and so on. It would have been interesting to hear from those particular students so that we understand from them what are the factors or what are the predisposing factors to probably their own behavior. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have two, rather three questions or comments to give. And one is on the cardiovascular diseases. It's an interesting one because it's talking about us, maybe directly or indirectly. But I noted the high level of knowledge among the staff above the increased incidences of. Interesting to know why someone who knows what would eventually lead to a cardiovascular disease still engaging in behaviors and that which would increase the risk for the same. Then on the research about the burnout, I don't know. The choice of the hospitals, level 4s and level 5, we know when the health care was devolved, there is the tendencies of the government, the county government, to have some better staffing levels at the. And when you go to the lower level hospitals, the level 3, the level 2, you find that is where staffing is a major problem. I don't know why you didn't consider also interviewing those ones, because that's where you're likely to find serious burnout. Then on the study on suicide, mental health issues, it would be interesting to also include other mental health conditions that which have come in this era of internet and digital life for the students, because we know our learners are consuming relatively large proportions of their time in school engaging in behaviors like selfies and posting their own, and a lot of activity in the social media. And if you look at the latest DSM-5, it is recognizing these issues of social media, maybe the feeling of being compelled to get there, to take photos and post there, as a mental health problem. Maybe it would be very interesting to also devolve into that and, get to see how this pandemic is large. Then I also noted in your methodology, probably for the purpose of your publication, you could consider, because there is the aspect of cluster sampling at some point, you would still beef these numbers up, because at some point when you cluster, you're likely to end up not getting saturation of information from those clusters. So the sample size as calculated can be beefed up so that you can maybe exhaust the information from among the learners. Otherwise, as someone has asked, it is interesting to get to know how you arrived at the campuses, knowing that it's information we would want to probably even consume as a college generally, which can be which can be taken to be a picture of the entire college, not specific campuses. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My name is Francis, and I'm going to ask just one presenter on the predisposing factors of mental and suicidal behaviors among KMTC students. Yes, one point maybe where you could strengthen your study is to contextualize the problem. The problem statement had a lot of literature review, but if you look at it, KMTC has a lot of data from administrative data that could be reviewed at a desk review level to get issues that could be contextualized, so that we can see what is the real problem in KMTC with regard to mental and suicidal behaviors. That was not coming out clearly. It looked like a global problem rather than an institutional one. And then when you go to the methodology, the tool that was used for data collection, for issues to do with mental health and psychosocial issues, usually you find people rely more on validated tools, which are used. I know there are tools from the WHO, there are tools from the National Health Institute. You take those two and contextualize them or customize them to the situation at hand, which in this case is Kenya Medical Training College, and that can also strengthen your study, so that the tool is not just your own tool that you developed, even if you gave it to a few experts to review it. Then lastly, the recommendations for this study, we are recommending the formation of an authority. But if you look at it, the scope of the study really did not go national. We at KMTC, we did not involve even 2 or 3 more institutions, maybe other higher institutions of learning. The recommendations seem to be out of scope. So you really need to strengthen that as well. Thank you.
Now for perhaps the study by Hubble, my question is, how do you analyze qualitative data and how do you match or combine the two types of qualitative? And for our last December, we talked of we did not have sample size because we wanted to use for the school. And we have seen the school you have used, but finally we came to have 293. Now, how did you arrive to this if you are not doing sampling? And number 2, what are the limitations for your study? And why your findings really generalizable? Thank you.
Thank you for that questions. I don't know whether we've left anyone behind. And I suppose you have all noted your questions. So I'll give each presenter 3 minutes to go through. But just one more for Onchiri on factors of mental and suicidal behavior. You said there's one death every 20 seconds. Very shocking. But one of the things that you mentioned is that these students have no one to talk to. I didn't hear you address that because that's a big thing. That is one big thing that you mentioned that came out so strongly. Please comment on it. So presenters, you can start. The first presenter goes first.
Thank you very much. Hello, thank you very much. I have 4 concerned or rather questions. The first one is about the prevalence of the staff in Coast region. Our interest was to look about the prevalence of cardiovascular risk factor and the knowledge. So I think there was a gap which we need to do another study. Another study can be done to find out the prevalence of the staff. So that was a gap. The second question was about the methodology, and someone has asked about the non-teaching and teaching, or academic and non-academic, whether they were subjected to one questionnaire. Yes, they were subjected to one questionnaire. And we realized that we looked at the association or relationship between the academic, the education and non-teaching and teaching. And we realized that there is a high relationship between the education and knowledge. There is relationship between the knowledge and education. And maybe it is because when the academic staff, as they continue with their duty, they can be able to get more knowledge about the academic. That question, it was not clear to me. Maybe the person who asked the question can, pardon. And maybe before that, I can address the 4th question, which how we address the limitation, number 1, which was about the self-respondent. The first limitation, we assumed that the staff gave us the right information because it was self-reported. So we had nothing, we were not able to address that. Thank you.
Yes, on perceived burnout, my friend, that's why you are presenting with these big brains to go through where the problem isn't correct. That's nice. Otherwise, on the objectives which you say were repeated, actually it was, we adapted the Copenhagen burnout inventory, validated update version of Maslach burnout inventory. And this Copenhagen inventory has got 3 subscales. 1, interpersonal. 2, worker related. 3, pandemic related. That's why all of them went back to the healthcare workers in those facilities. Then they were supposed to be there copy mechanisms or strategies that were being used by healthcare workers to see how best things can be handled. Now, that one of number 2, the choice of hospitals. You said it's true. Those hospitals were developed, and evolution has got very many disadvantages and advantages. Maybe you are not in Kenya, and somebody who's in Kenya as young as I am, there were problems there in the hospitals. In all these hospitals, the way they were, for example, the ones that we selected represented regional. For example, Siaya was the facility where the first fatality case appeared. And that barrier, you remember, it caused an eyesore all along Kenya and outside, where they just took the body and poop in the grave. It was not very cheap. Now, when you go to Machakos, for example, so on the highway, you did Nairobi and Mombasa. And also Machakos was like an isolation center for the region. And then the spillovers of the COVID-19 cases from Nairobi were being taken to the other side. If you go to Nakuru, the regional side of it, and in Mombasa, the coast was very far and wanted to see what's happening. That's why I went to those higher levels, which were also behaving like those ones of isolation centers. Now, they were told that technology is very much a challenge. Now, there was that one of conclusions and recommendations. It's true, they never appeared. But inside here, they appeared. That computer which they gave me, I don't know what happened. It's a problem of its own. Challenge of technology, how it was deleted when we were sending, only God knows. But in the real sense, they are here. Can I read them now to the audience? Thank you. They are existing and very much proper. And in the book, they are there. Thank you very much. Very good. Welcome.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I have to note a few questions. One, the choice of campuses. I choose 7 campuses, mostly coming from the region where I work in Kapkatet. From the principals who I used Silhouette, Nyandarua, Nakuru, Moro. There are 7 campuses. In-house, you will find those 7 campuses, we call them as a zone. I think some of you understand what I mean by a zone. I worked on that zone to represent the KMTC as a family. The criteria of selecting the students, I selected 28 students from every campus. That is 14 from second year and 14 from third year. And also in my questionnaire, I had issues with the gender, so I have balanced on their gender. Including of other mental problems, it was mentioned by my brother here, like TikTok and other social media problems. KMTC as an institution, it's now addressing. I know there's a circular on the first circular on the ICT. They have just introduced the policy of on social media use. So mostly when I'm doing the research, I also look at the patent issues. I might not introduce something maybe which has not been documented elsewhere. So in future, I will take into consideration on the use of that. Sampling, I used 2 types of sampling. I used group discussion and questionnaire. That's the tools I used, and maybe they assisted, but I will also focus on the input which you said maybe I can consider cluster sampling. The problem, somebody was talking about the use of the KMTC data on my topic. It is not available in public. And we have not, there's no authority on how we can get the number of students who have attempted suicide, unless this research will be an eye opener to the institutions so that they could institute a specific range whereby if there's an issue happening at a specific point, it is registered for future use. Then on recommendations, I strictly used the recommendations as per to what I failed. When I was looking at when I was reviewing my research, it might be the first in our area of practice, but I know more research is coming because most of the students and the staff who have read this research, they have a number of issues such as the relationships, HIV. There's this, nowadays we'll find students, for example, I can give an example. What made me to think about this is that most of my students are complaining. One, there's an admission I did of students, and immediately after 1 or 2 months, I had new cases of HIV infection, very new students with HIV infection, around 3 to 4. So after I've done a lot of inquiry, I discovered there was a group of students who knew the HIV status, and their aim was to promote the HIV infections in the college. So those students who were infected, they came to my office. I did not have anything to say. There was no proper communication, but I consulted the authorities on how I can manage the HIV. We don't have a very good document which is talking about for those guys who know their status as HIV positive and they're infecting others. What should we do? So those students most of them were thinking about suicide and doing something because they did not want to disclose their new HIV status to their parents because they might not pay their school fees. Also, from my campus, if you have seen the newspaper, there was a student who died at Kapienga University, a second year in clinical medicine, and the issue was relationship. That's one. Then, the last 2 weeks, I had a student who attempted suicide using a poison, and the issue was also relationship. Yesterday, there was also another student who also did the same and used a poison, but I don't have the specific points. I will get them when I reach there. So this condition, it is there. It is not recorded and it's not discussed. The reason why most of the students do not disclose these issues is you will find most of these problems, they are problems which are personal. Something like HIV, financial problems, most of these things are things you cannot, somebody will not assist. So you will find these students, they will only talk this maybe to the principal who can have a solution to a few of the problems or can assist the students to proceed with the studies. So stigma is a very big issue in most of these suicide cases. Please, I'm requesting, as per maybe my colleagues, you want me to do more. I request my students and also colleagues to write more on the same topic, such that it will assist us to deal with these problems in future. Thank you very much.
Good morning again. I want to respond on the issues that have been raised on what I presented, and it was on determinants of glycemic control. A study that was done in County Referral Hospital Nyeri. Now, per se, there were not questions, but there were comments. And the first one was, in the introduction, we missed out on defining what is HB1C. HB1C, in full, it is glycosylated hemoglobin. And this is an estimation of someone's blood sugar levels for the last 2 to 3 months. And it is the most recommended blood test by the International Diabetes Federation when we want to monitor the blood sugar levels of a diabetic person. So it has been noted, and it will be included in our introduction. However, in our larger document or in the main document, it is there. Now, number 2, it's also a comment that was done on that was made on analysis of data, and on the data analysis, it didn't come out very clear on how we tested for association and also for the correlation using the chi-square and the Spearman's. I agree with that because our table is one, perhaps there's a mix-up and it didn't come out very well. Going forward, it will be separated. Thank you.
All right.
would like to respond to the questions that were raised with regards to the determinants of spectacle wear. So regarding the sample size, as I said, we actually intended to study the entire population, and usually in research, you aim to, if possible, it's best to study the entire population. But because that is usually not feasible or even practical in some cases, that's why we calculate sample sizes. But in our case, 445 children were a reachable number, and that's why we did that. And when you look at even the number that we got, that was 293. That was more than half. And often sample sizes tend to be around 10 to 20% of the intended population. So we had even more than that. And so because of that, we are able to make conclusions from our study. The other thing that contributed to our inability to reach the 445, all of them, was also the abnormal calendar year that was then. If you all remember, that's the time we had very shortened terms. And so the frequent examinations and other activities interrupted our data collection. So that affected our reach. With regards to the limitations, I think that's part of what I've just shared. We had an erratic data collection schedule, and also we've concentrated on the public, or rather our population was from the public primary schools only. We left out the private schools. Probably that's another area for future research. Are the findings generalizable? One, our population was from 3 sub-counties within Uasin Gishu County. So for the Uasin Gishu County, yes, they are, considering that their population is more or less similar. But also when we looked at our statistics, the age range was really within, when you compare with literature, our findings were comparable with other studies that have been done on the same topic. And so we are able to possibly come up with things that can be generalizable to a larger population. And also the associations in general are similar to other studies, even though they vary from country to country and region to region. However, we can fully generalize to at least the Uasin Gishu County and even some of the neighboring counties, and in general also to the Kenyan population. Thank you. I hope that clarifies the questions raised. Thank you.
So thank you so much for that insightful speeches and presentations. I hope we have carried some knowledge, some nuggets of wisdom. But now this morning we are privileged also to have a professional from the East African Kidney Institute. And this could not have come at a better time, because in Kenya, I think we are getting about 8,000 new cases of kidney disease every year. And for those who are lovers of music, we have Tina Turner. I don't know whether you know Tina Turner. Yeah, she just died six days ago on 24th of this month. And the reason for her death was kidney disease. She was diagnosed many years ago, but I think because of her vibrant, busy music career, she did not take it so seriously. She had hypertension, one of the non-communicable diseases. And she did not take her medications, or because she was busy. But then finally the husband gave her a kidney transplant. But how many of us can afford a kidney transplant? How many of our spouses, our families can donate for us? But also the money involved is not really something to think about. So this morning, I'm privileged to introduce our speaker for us today. He is the current project manager of East African Center for Excellence in Urology and Nephrology project. He's the former County Health Department Resource Mobilization Officer of Kilifi. He's also a dental coordinator, a former sub-county MOH, and a former medical SUP in Kilifi, in Malindi, sorry. And he has a doctorate in business administration. He has an MBA in healthcare and leadership. He also has MPH He's a fellow of International Program in Public Health Policy and Leadership. He has a Bachelor of Dentistry. He has also a diploma in dental technology. So with all this experience, with all this that he has gained over the years, I'm sure is going to give us great nuggets for us to take home. So it is my absolute pleasure to introduce and invite Dr. Hassan Ajuk to talk to us on this very important topic. Dr. Ajuk, over to you. Karibu.
Thank you. Good morning. You look too serious for the occasion. Fortunately, I find it a bit difficult to talk to people who are very serious. I want to thank you for this opportunity. And I want to come here to say one thing. I'm coming back to my roots. Hello. I've just had my senior had a study on burnout. And I think we need to be very careful. When you get too serious for this occasion, sometimes it might bring some sort of burnout. And I'm happy because in front of me, there's a Bible, which I think is very important for those people who had 1978 Almata Convention. In the definition of health, we also added the issue of spiritual well-being. So thank you very much. And I want to appreciate for this Bible. I'll read it later. I was just looking at the program. It was written Dr. Osanajuk Iyaki, and I was coming here to talk about Iyaki. And I believe there was a time schedule that was given, and I'll stick to it. And after each and every presenter I came, there was a lot of questions. Please spare your questions and for future reference. Otherwise, I want to say thank you very much. I'm based at the Ministry of Health, and I'm so privileged to have this opportunity to come talk to you. Yes, I have a small presentation, but I don't think it's very necessary because I need to talk about Iyaki. Iyaki is not yet born. It is still something that's being baked. What I'm leading is Iyaki project. But let me go, because that is what Kenyans have tried to call it, but unfortunately, it is not the name. I'm talking about East Africa Center of Excellency in Urology and Nephrology. I want to take 3-4 minutes to explain what it is so that we might be able to appreciate. As our head of states was trying to see what's happening in the East Africa, I'm happy because what you said is that you've just introduced one of the great musicians who was able to, who died because of the same kidney issue. And I believe that I don't want any preacher to come and teach me anybody born southern of Sahara is poor. You might think that you are rich, but you're not rich. Hello? Yeah, anybody born south of Sahara, we are poor. That's why you find that the noble people, the people we think they are very rich, when they get sick, they open WhatsApp page and we contribute. Now, our head of state sat down and said, what do we do? There's the issue of we are taking a lot of patients outside this country. And when you become a leader, you don't only talk about patients, you also talk about the dollar that move out of these poor countries. And they said, no, this is enough. What we are going to do, we are going to focus on one thing to ensure that we bring services home so that you don't have people moving away from East Africa, going to other countries to the south and mostly the east for treatment. I know in one way or the other, one or two here might have participated in taking your patients to India. Sorry to name the country, but I know that is one of the countries that has really advanced in medical tourism, and we take our patients. Some are fortunate to come back when they're okay. Others, we just have to pay bills. And I think we need to, people are working on innovation. I looked at the theme and I found it so nice. Find a way, innovative way to see that we in the medical, when somebody dies, we don't pay bills. If you find a way, we'll really appreciate. You contribute on WhatsApp and everything, and then by the end of the day, you come and you still bury your family member and you ask yourself, why this? So
because of this burden, the head of state sat and said, no, we have to start our center of excellencies. And it was distributed. The Ugandans looked at it and they said, no, we have a big burden in oncology, and they took it. So if you want to have a center, to go to a center of excellency on oncology, cancer, please just cross over to Uganda. You'll get the best. I can assure you, because I sit in the forum where you have all the project managers and what happens. Kenya, we looked at it, and I will just try to get the data, at least for you to be able to appreciate that we have a serious issue as far as kidney is concerned. One of the most unfortunate things when I look at this room, because I said I have a background in dentistry, I was also in prosthodontics. I really appreciate when I look at you, I can tell your age. Anybody, I can see all of you. If you're above 30, you have to be very careful, because anytime you might use the complex. Hello, if you're not very careful what you eat, you balance between work and rest, you are a candidate. So be very careful, okay? Because I don't see anybody who is not here at risk, because all of you can say, I can confirm, thank you, that you are a candidate, and I'm a candidate too. Now, Kenya took kidney, and I've had a lot of cardio here being mentioned and research. I can tell you, if you cross over to Tanzania, that's where we have the center of excellence. I want to say I'm a beneficiary, because I had one of my uncle who was suffering, coming to Kenyatta, going round. And when I get enough knowledge and what's happening in Mwimbili in Tanzania, I was able to transfer to take my uncle there. Somebody who had given up completely. And I can tell you, no surgery. I was told here there was need for surgery, 1, 2, 3, and the cost was there. And looked at it. I took this guy. He was given. They looked at him, did some tests, and by the end of the day, without surgery, now as we are talking, he's in this farm working. That is the level what we are talking about. He had been given a cost of over 1.2 million here, around here. And when he was taken to, I just asked him, you can take a flight from here to, I said, no, flight, I don't need a flight. I just need a bus. So bus from Nairobi to Dar with one person. Life in Dar is not very expensive. They spent like 4 days. And I was examined, tests were done, and the drugs were changed. And today, as we are talking, this is testimony. He's very comfortable at home, working in his farm. But ideally, he used to talk to me, you people are going to remain, when you remain, he was talking like that person who's going. Now he's talking about future. So we have a center of excellence in Tanzania that is for heart. We also have Rwanda. Rwanda, we have 2 centers of excellence. I'm taking my time to explain this so that you may be able to appreciate. In Rwanda, we have 2 centers of excellence. We have from biomedical sciences, doing very well, trained people from all over East Africa. And also we have for e-health, for immunization, we still have there. And most of our staff have been trained there on the issue of immunization. Burundi, we have nutrition. We have a center of excellence for nutrition. So I think I've mentioned all those existing centers of excellence. We have 7 member states. South Sudan have not been given, and DRC up to now. These centers of excellence are financed by ADB and also a counterpart source, which is the government of Kenya. I want to go back now to our center of excellency, and maybe somebody may ask, why kidney? Why didn't you choose malaria or any other thing? Are we okay up to that point? Good. So by the name again, I want to repeat again, we dubbed it East Africa Kidney Institute, but please don't mention it that way. We were in one forum and we saying IAKI, and people, the other member states were not very happy, because this center of excellence is not only supposed to serve Kenyans, it's supposed to serve the whole region. Are we together? For treatment, teaching, and research. Hello? Yes. So those are the key things that we need to appreciate that must be done by the Center of Excellence. Yes. When you look at the global situation, you find in 2017, the global prevalence of kidney disease was 9.1, and we had over 700 million cases. 2017, 2020, then it increased to 29.9. And we find that nearly we had over 850,000 death. We have over 850,000 deaths per year. Is it a joke? Okay. And we find that kidney disease is a 12th leading cause of death, and that's according to WHO data. And well, we find that there's an increase in of end-stage kidney disease, and we find that dialysis, we have like 43.1 in dialysis and transplant 34.4%. This is a worrying trend that you need to understand. There are many research being done, and I'm sorry, I'm not underpinning what's happening, but you'll find that most of the research we are doing, we are working on the issue of factors. So as you continue finding factors, we are not addressing the problem. Hello? I'm sorry, I'm saying again, and I want to be very careful because these are scientific, and I said I'm coming with stories. So we need to appreciate that we have to go. Somebody, I was just passing through and I found somebody's trying to investigate. Hello? Yeah. And when you are coming with the Center of Excellency, we are trying to improve on most of the things that we need to understand and appreciate very much. Let me come to Kenya, the Kenya situation. We are talking about having over 10 million cases, and when you go to KNH, we are running, and we appreciate that the service has been improved, yes, but we have so many cases being reported every day, and want to see exactly what can be done. And because this is a very serious issue, we find that the Kenya government decided that no, we need to address this issue through the what you call MES program, EMS program, yeah? You can call it the way you want to call it politically, but I want to say that is one of the programs that has really saved many Kenyans, where we had dialysis being started in over 41 counties. And what we did as a project was to ensure that we train people to be able to go and work in these facilities, and we were able to train many people. And we see as a government is so committed. When you look at the Vision 2030 and the policy for training, we have tried to ensure that we work to ensure that we can be able to manage and be able to handle these cases. In summary, I want to say that yeah, we have over 10,000 patients who require dialysis and transplant in Kenya. If you go to the data in KNH, you'll discover that it's a very serious issue. And I always tell people when I find opportunity that take care, please be careful what you eat. Hello? What you drink and what you eat and what you think. Because I can cross over to the other side and ask my dear sister the definition of health. The 4 key aspects. You have to be very careful, okay? And with the element of burnout brings us the psychological, okay? And how we are handling these issues, even with the story, we need to understand very well. If we don't work on these issues, it'll be a bit difficult. Do you have a cable to be able, if I want to project something, is it possible? If it's, because I wanted to give you the dream, because if you don't have a dream, you are going nowhere. And okay, thank you. Yeah, I've just reached a point that I want us to appreciate the IACI and be able to know exactly what's happening. Yeah, I know some people have been crossing over and seeing a funny building, and it is. Oh, I'm going to get that cable. It will be a bit difficult. Nowadays, you're so digital, working with flash disks. My brother was having issues with technology. Nowadays, yeah.
Or we can have, there's another way I can get you on the meeting and you can present from there. That's okay.
Don't worry. I think those people here can be able to, yeah?
On Zoom, I can be able to.
No, it's not a big deal. Let me just continue with the details. For those people here, yeah? Anyway, the prevalence is very low in Kenya now. I'm saying on a light note, huh? Yeah. This. I hope I've eaten like 5 minutes, huh? The chair. Is it the case? Or I've eaten more than that? I can repeat. I was given 30 minutes, huh? Is it the case? Or I'm speaking my own things? So I'm trying to balance to give history before I go to the details, huh? So that people can have, you see, that people who are professional in asking questions, so I have to give them room to structure the questions in a proper way. Yeah. So what I wanted to share is the real IACI. Yeah, what I want to say, and I want to go to the components, that this is a project. In fact, if we talk about IACI, it's IACI P. We are in the project phase. We want to move out, transition, and move to now to the IACI that you're talking about, the East Africa Center of Excellence itself. So in the project, there are some of the components, and it has 3 components, and one of it, as we are talking, is the issue of, it started with the issue of modernization of the renal, the KNH renal department. The other thing that happened was the issue of transplant, equipping, and also the issue of HLA lab, which is a unique thing that we have. There's one in Egypt and another in South Africa. The tissue typing, you can just do it across here. Is that okay? You don't need to go very far. And this property is not for KNH, it's for the 3 institutes, the KMTC, University of Nairobi, and University of Nairobi, and KNH, KMTC, and University of Nairobi. So it is housed in the land that belong to the 3 institutions. So we had an MOU, and the able CEO attended, and we were able to understand and come up with an MOU. So that is the first phase that happened. And also we had the issue of, you'll go down to that picture. There's a picture down there, down the slides, yeah? And go down. Yes, stop there. Good. That's the only thing I was bringing. Good. So the first phase was the issue of training staff to come and work and to go and work in the counties, which was done. And most students, professionals are trained on the receptorship, yeah? Because initially we had nobody. We had like less than 40 professionals in renal. So we had to create a space for them. Now we have trained more staff. And when you look at that building, what do you see? There's that Ngong Road. You can see it. Yeah. On the other side. This is the front part. This is part of KNH. As you go, that's a building for pathology. Yes. And then there's a sports field up there. You can see it. A state of art. So please don't, the issue of burnout we are going to address, because when we are taking this land was belonged to the 3 institutions and was meant for recreation, yeah? So there was change of purpose. And NEMA said that we have to create to make a state of art pitch. You can see up there. Yes, that is it. We have not completed. It is going to cost over 130 million to be able to have a state of art pitch there. So the issue of burnout, yeah? Can take them there, they play football, even Bablikan is allowed. So you remember it. It's allowed. You can go there to ensure that we reduce burnout. But when you look at this building, for those people who are interested in architecture, it's a form of why. It was designed by an Italian architect, they are called Politecnica, when President Obama took office, and he said, yes, we can. Hello? Even amidst your division as institutes and calling yourself sagas, there's something can happen, okay? We can work together and have something so that we can control these diseases. So you can see the form is wide. This one is academic wing, yeah? Hello? And the other one, and this one, we have hospital, everything is there. We have theater, we have over 10 ICU beds. We have theaters, 4 theaters. We have lecture rooms at this side. We have over 240 bed. Yeah, for dialysis. We have the most unique thing is the pediatric is up here. We are seeing the lights in the 4th floor. Yeah, we have, because all these 43 dialysis centers, we don't have one for peds. Is that okay? So we said it has to go to the Center of Excellence. So as we are talking now, we are in the building is almost complete. You can go down now. Yeah, this was a 3D. We need the actual one. Okay, what's happening now? Go down, go down. Okay, stop there. The main objective is very clear. Just go back to main objective. And I don't want academicians to critique it because you have put it in practice, okay? To develop a center of excellence in urology and nephrology, world-class institution that facilitate the realization of the vision of strengthening health training, research capacity, and provision of services to Kenyans and East Africa community and beyond. Is that okay? Good. So what I want you to mark before you do analysis are 3 things: training, research, and service provision. Is that okay? Go down very fast. Go down very fast. I'm in my 11th minute. Go down. Leave those things. Go down. I want the photos. You can go straight to the photos. Yeah, okay. I talked about the. Oh, sorry. Go back. Yeah, go back. Go back before you go up to achievement. Have you seen photos?
The last, there was only one.
Only one. You see now, that's what I can substantiate exactly. Yeah, I can support the young man. What's happening? I place some photos. They're here on the progress where we are. The building is complete. It's 99% complete. Okay, but this is what I was talking about. That we are focusing on training, research, and service delivery. Go down. These are the next slide. Next slide. There's the issue of regional integration, and I think this is important for you to understand very well. That this project is not a Kenyan project. Is that okay? We are opening up for students. Let's talk of, for example, the KMTC students who have trained here. We are opening the labor market so that they can go and work in Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi freely. Is that okay? The laws are already out, and we have found that some cadres, for example, the medical doctors and dentists, they can now cross all over. You don't need a license in Tanzania. Are you getting the point? You just say you're registered in Kenya. We also want even people who have done orthopedic and everything, you can move across and work without any problem. This will create more market for us, for professionals, and that's exactly what we've done. The policy, we have find that some of students have benefited already from other countries, but want also Kenyans to go outside and benefit. Is that okay? That is part of our project. Okay, that's component 2. Go down. Next slide. Good. On project implementation, we have said yes, we are working on it to ensure that the MOU is already signed, and we are working on a strategic plan for 7 years. Some of our members come from KMTC who have attended, like Dr. B. The rest who have attended, we are going with the strategic plan to ensure that we see. And I want to inform you that that institute is going to, as we agreed from the MOU, is that it's going to operate as an independent institution. But in the transition, we are going to have some members from KMTC, University of Nairobi, KNH, working on the board. Is that okay? And also in the board, you'll be appearing there. Why? This is a unique institute that it has to operate and serve the East Africa. It's not like Kenyatta, which is a national, and we need to serve Kenyans, and people who come from other countries must find a way to be supported. But this is an EAC thing. So exactly that is what we are doing. And I want to focus on something different. I think that's okay. Now you can pull it down. That's a component. Okay, go to achievements, please. Currently, we have trained over 325 students, professionals, and we have 45 still ongoing. Those are students. We have receptorship, we have higher diploma, we have masters and PhD, fellowship and PhD. If you read the MOU, because it's a public document, you also need to know it and appreciate. In the MOU, it's very clear that the middle professionals is meant for KMTC to train. Is that okay? And for postgraduate, that one goes to the University of Nairobi to do that, and the services are going to KNH. And I'm sure that some of the students have been, benefited, and we are going to have more of them benefiting. On the research, we want to improve the research, the quality of papers that we get. Is that okay? Because I've had like, we had some few presenters, they are talking about what they have done, but they did not mention the issue of funding. Who funded? I'm happy my brother was sitting here. Where is he? In fact, somebody asked how he was able to get the study area, and he said it's for convenience, and I appreciated. Hello, because you can only do what you can be able to achieve. But you find you have placed a lot of money in funding, and currently we are completing this project by December. But I can share again that we are happy that we have received additional funding, which is over 2.5 billion, and we are going to now support the institute, and you are a direct beneficiary. Is that okay? So we're going to train more people. We started with the issue of nephrology, nurses, and doctors, but you have discovered now when you talk about kidney, you have to go beyond. Is that okay? We need clinical pharmacists to be there. We need biomeds because we are bringing machines here. In fact, in addition of funding, we have placed a good amount of resources to train more biomeds, and we have communicated already. Is that okay? We also need nutritionists. We cannot just work without, if you are having a hospital, you're not going to inject people with drugs and we don't have nutritionists. So we have brought all those factors, and we have considered already. So the issue as the loan starts running, maybe in September, we'll communicate to have more students coming, and they'll be supported fully. It means that we have room. And the issue of research, we were not able to do much with the issue of research, though we had resources, but I'm happy to sit in a scientific conference and to tell you that we have enough resources, and we are hoping that as we are moving towards additional value from September, we'll now tell you, come up with your proposals and we are going to fund you. Young man, I'm very sure you'll be more comfortable and move around so that you can be able to do your research very comfortably. Thank you. Yeah, those are some of the things. And the issue of service delivery, we hope we'll be able to, the contractor will finish his work by end of July. And we'll start in a smaller way. Probably as we commission the structure, we'll start in a and very soon when we finish with the issue of processing our strategic plan, we'll be asking people who are ready and interested. If you look, the package is very good. You can as well move and work in the institute. You're allowed. Is that okay? And I want to be very categorical. You must be ready and very innovative. If you just come and you want to continue the status quo, it will be very difficult for you to work. We want to ensure that we support our professionals in doing research as we continue as an institute. Is there anything else, any other slide down there? Yes, these are some of the achievements, and I think I don't need to go down to it. I said about HLA lab and what we're doing down here. And I want to say that we are doing very well. So far, we are around 83% complete, because there are some of the equipments which the construction was affected by COVID greatly because of importation. But now we have everything in place, and even the suppliers they've told us in the next 30 days they'll be able to supply, and we commission. The moment it's ready, we'll be able to commission them. But you have to be a bit patient so that we have everything in place. I think that's a little I want to say about the project. And I want to, as I just close down, because I'm hitting my 23rd minute, I don't need to have a watch. It is in my head. Okay. Yeah. I want to say that we are really encouraged with what's happening, and we want to focus much on research and innovation. We want to see how we can reverse the trend. We don't want to have our people moving outside these countries to go for treatment. We also want to attract medical tourists for them to come to Africa, to come to our center of excellence and be able to learn more about us. Research has been done, but most you find that it has been done outside. What are we doing? I said again, let us put down factors, okay, and investigate. Is that okay? That's from a joke. You can write it in your paper and say, he said that we really need to go down, be innovative, and find a way that we are going to solve these issues that we are facing as a country. As I said again, as we are living in this country, we need to know, anybody above 30, you are a candidate. If you're not very careful, you might use these resources. So please don't allow yourself to use it. Accidentally, if you use it, it's okay. But the issue is be very attentive and let us communicate to our people. If you go and read the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, it's focused on UHC. Is that okay? Hello? There's much focus on UHC, and some of the projects have been, we are trying to get resources to divert to UHC. And I had the young man giving a very strong statement on that the evolution has more disadvantages than advantages. I beg to differ and say that if you are in the system, you really appreciate that much has been taken down, but we have some systemic issues that needs to be fixed, and the issue of the resources to ensure that things work. Is that okay? I know I'm on air, and I can still say that devolution is a good thing. Let us fix some of the issues that are affecting the healthcare, because even if we move everything national, if we don't fix these problems, they'll still be there. So as you're working on the IACI as a complex, this is a referral institution. Is that okay? But we have a component on the UHC to ensure that we focus on prevention, because treatment is not cheap. We started transplant in KNH, it's almost 10 years now. We have had over 250 transplants being done in KNH. Yes, it's not a cheap thing. Hello? And also we need to talk about, and in fact, as we are starting the Center of Excellency, it's more focused on transplant, because we want to change the quality of life. We don't want, Chair, when you are moving, we are telling you, can you move to Nakuru, this 1, 2, 3, you have to check your bag and see if you have your drugs. And you have your dialysis after 2 days. So they say, please, for this reason, for healthy reasons, I cannot go to Nakuru. So I cannot execute my duty because I have an issue. That's why you're focusing much on transplant. Is that okay? To change quality of life. But why should you go there if you have issue, you can prevent yourself from going there? So this is a Center of Excellency, but you're focusing, I'm saying it again, that we are trying to see that as we are running the other 43 renal, we are trying to put more resources on universal health coverage to ensure that we focus on preventive and not bring people to this Center of Excellency. Thank you, and may God bless you. Maybe there are places I didn't mention you through the guidance of the chair. I can tackle, because I think this thing is so wide and you left it open. You didn't tell me focus on innovation. You said on IACI. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Dr. Ajuk. I think we are all enlightened, especially with the other centers of excellence. It's good that you've also brought them up. The cardiovascular, the biomedical in Rwanda, the nutrition. And some of us did not know about this, but it's good that you brought them up. And I think he's also shared a lot of nuggets that this institution is just here with us, just next to our institution. The question is, how can KMTC plug in this institution? So I hope you are noting your questions down. So maybe I will just start with a few for him to just note. One of the things is, as you've told us, we shouldn't end up there. So I don't know what the focus is on preventive measures so that we don't end up there, so that the costs are not as high. So maybe we can address that. Number two, when these patients move across, because it's an East Africa institute, it's not a Kenyan institute, what are the costs like? Or if patients go to Tanzania, if patients go to Rwanda, what are the costs like? Are they local costs or are they diaspora costs? Yeah, I think with those, I can take the other questions from other people. So please raise your questions as well as the online delegation. Yeah, we'll start with Dr. Musyoka.
Thank you very much, Project Manager. Maybe I would like you to mention about the challenges which the center going through. I want to, because I was there when we started the centers. In fact, I used to chair the technical working group in the ESC. When Kenya was chairing, Kibaki was chairing the presidency. So, yeah, this was 2014. And our Kenyan project, I think the progress was too slow. I think we are supposed to be in another step than where we are. So maybe you can just highlight, because these are very important, if there were any challenges in the implementation of this project, which at least becomes a learning, so that we can be able to move faster. Because what was happening, you are finding the money which has been, the money hasn't been used. And then in 2021, that's when I came here. The country was forced to again say how they are going, because at least we had a lot of money to use. So just mention about that, and what are the plans so that we can move faster. Implement so that we have the sender doing what we do in the East African Union.
Thank you very much. My question, the triple mandates of the YAKI, training, research, and service provision. My focus is on research, and thank you to YAKI is ready to provide funds to the researchers. It's about publication of the researchers. You find that researches are being done, funded maybe by the East Africa, as the YAKI either. But when it comes to publication, they are publishing in those European journals. And when it's come to accessing what has already been published, the institutions in Africa requires to pay a high amount of subscription. What will YAKI do to ensure that the funded researchers locally, that is East Africa, are accessible to the people within East Africa without a subscription fee? Is there a plan to have a local database, the East Africa database of that institution for the purposes of provision of evidence-based medicine? Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Now, my question is still go to the research issue. Now, how can we know where people channels if we want to do the application? How can I know this is a credible channel and this is a
So any other question, or do you have any online questions? So Dr. Juk, over to you.
So questions are over. Yeah, as I said again, let us not be very serious. And I'm happy because the founders are here. And I want to appreciate Pro for that. How can KMTC plug in? Was the first question, though silent, addressed by the MOU. Hello? Yeah, the issue is very clear and we are moving to the strategic plan. And I think the three institutes, all of them, I know them very well. I have good history and I know what's happening. And if you look down on the issue of implementation, and Dr. can confirm that KMTC was very silent in the beginning, yeah? And we had to say, yeah, no. You're three sisters. Is that okay? And you need to work together. And that's why we had some challenges that we have already addressed. Is that okay? That on the issue of training, I've said again, and research, in fact, the component of research, there's research for KMTC. and I can avail the document so that it's a public document. It's not a private document. To appreciate that, yes, KMTC is going to plug in on the research, the treatment, and also, are you together? In teaching. It's very clear. So don't, if you're worried, I can tell you, I can show you that you have a lot of opportunity, more than is way above your worries. Is that okay? That yes, there's a place for you. This one about preventive measures, they are clear, and I wouldn't wish to go down and be able to explain, but if you create for me a new forum, another different forum, I'll be able to come clearly and what you are supposed to do to avoid kidney disease. Very clear, and I will be very happy to have that opportunity to be able to explain clearly. I've said again, age is a factor. If I may revisit the factor people, that you need to really appreciate that I've said if you're above 30, there are things that you need to know. What you eat, what you drink, how you balance, okay? Your work and rest, and also the issue of your mental, I can easily bring you here. Is that okay? So you need to work. So please, Chair, I request that you create a forum so that I come and explain that in detail. Sorry for those who are online because I'll not be able to have opportunity for them, but they can come in, I'll be able to explain in detail. The cost of treatment for ESC, a policy has been developed. Is that okay? It's very clear. I happened to travel to Dar es Salaam and I found some few Kenyans who were there with, in fact, Kenyans are very smart. I don't know who told them. So they picked the patients, they crossed over and used bus to go to Dar es Salaam. Is that okay? And he found them. And in fact, one of the key issues in that meeting, because we are all centers of excellence, they said, we have patients from other countries who are poor and they cannot be supported. Is that okay? So we just need to treat them and allow them go home. When we went to the wards, we discovered there were around 9 Kenyans with NHIF. Hello? So we were able to contact the ministry and they were sorted. Is that okay? Said, there's no problem. There's a way, the issue of the cost for EESC, it has been standardized. Is that okay? So they don't say you are a Kenyan, so you have to pay this amount. That kind of discrimination is now over. And when you go to centers, I'm very specific to the centers of excellence. But the issue about protocol of transfer of patients from one country to the other has already been developed. Is that okay? But with the centers of excellence, absolutely, you have no reason not to go even now. Is that okay? So it has been standardized and there's a policy in connection to that. Now we come to the mother of questions. Hey, challenges. Thank you for calling challenges and not problems. Yeah, thank you. As a project manager, as he has just said, I want to agree with him, with my senior clearly. I joined the project in 2021. The construction had just begun and there were a lot of issues and there were a lot of money not being utilized. I thank God for the little wisdom that we were able to jumpstart and ensure that the construction continues. But we have had issues, for example, the issue of cash flow, and the issue of the contractor. There is the issue of the COVID-19 also affected the project seriously. Not the Kenyan way. I want you to appreciate that during COVID, for anybody who has done any construction, you understand what happened to materials. Is that okay? And this construction was approved in 2019. The loan was 2015, yes? From 2013, signed in 2015, and going down to 2022, the cost of things had changed drastically. One of the issues there, what in the project, for those who have done project management, have done simple project, because I know all of you have done project in one way or the other. There's a variation of price that has changed seriously, but we are addressing that issue. Yesterday we were even addressing with the bank, but it's one of the challenges that really affected. Also on the design, what happened with this complex, the one you saw initially is that the money the resources for the implementation were approved. The money was approved before the design. So when the design came, it was more expensive than what was given to the Republic of Kenya. And remember, it's a loan. So when you're given a loan, where they work, madam, if you have ever applied a loan and you receive and you discover that the reason why you took the loan is not going to work, what happens? You eat the money and start paying the loan. Is that okay? So that is exactly what happened. As a government, we had no option other than scaling down the structure, and the third and fourth floor was removed. It was remaining as a shell as you're looking at it, but we had no resources to complete. Lucky enough, we have last year we fought for it, and the bank approved the additional financing to complete the third and fourth floor. There's an issue about training again of the PhD. Because the loan was signed in 2015, the processes took time. In fact, let me share it clearly that even the change of the purpose of the use was not done before the loan was approved. So the land was for recreation. Now, to pass through Kanjo and to approve it, let me not speak about it. It took time to 2019. So it means there was a delay on that, and it was an issue. Now, when the project took off, for example, it was 1 year to the end, and we wanted to train the PhD. Hello? Yes. How long does it take to train PhD? If you're very smart and you know the system. Which PhD? Not in GHC, okay? We're talking about in nephrology and urology, the health sciences. I can assure you, if you take 3 years, you might have cooked something somewhere or compromised somebody. We need a minimum 5 years, yeah? For people to and publish and to do their things. The truth is, 2 years it was impossible. So we had some few people who joined in 2016. I'm sure 1 has completed, 2 have not completed. And the marker was for 20 people to be trained on PhD. That's why you talk about the floating, some money remaining. Is that okay? But now we have addressed the issue. We find that, yes, as much as we place in the loan that people must, we support people doing PhD, we are trying to see how much they are going to support the project. Is that okay? And the center of excellence, because you are developing a philosophy, and then by the end of the day, you have talked about the 3 aspects that you need to work on. So in the addition of financing, we are focusing on your master's fellowship. Is that okay? Yeah, that's much what we are focusing in, and those people are doing higher diploma. Is that okay? And we have downscaled now from the issue of the PhD. So we can still support, but when it can it translate to what you're talking about? It will be an issue. The other challenge we had was approval of the design. It was designed by Italian, and when it came here, there are a lot of changes that were taking place in consultation with the members, because you have members in the team from KMTC, University of Nairobi, and KNH. It has really been a serious challenge, but we have been able to overcome. Yeah, the other thing is implementation period. We are discussing with the treasury, even with the bank, and I was telling them seriously, you want to build a 5-story building from scratch in 5 years. And these procurement processes, I know some of you sit in procurement. Is that okay? It is something that was not easy and possible. So one of the challenges is that one, and we are talking about the issue of if we are having a such kind of mega project, let them be given enough time. If you want to train PhD, because it was 5 years and PhD is 5 years. Is that okay? Is it possible that you can recruit students in 1 day or 1 month? There are procedures and tools you have to develop. So it was from the loan design itself, it was not meant to succeed unless we do some serious amendments, which you have already done. And I'm saying I'm very comfortable as a project manager that you have done much to ensure that it's done in a more precise way. And even additional financing, we have improved the terms to ensure that there are things that are feasible. Is that okay? And practical, not the way it was designed the first time. I hope I've tried to answer the question to some level. Thank you. Thank you. So long as you've said, yeah. I can assure you, let me tell you, if you compare the 6 centers of excellency, Kenya is the best today. We have a structure. Uganda, they don't have a structure. It's not there. Are you getting? Tanzania, they moved to another structure because the resources were used for something else. Are you seeing? Rwanda, they've trained people in immunization, in vaccines, but the truth is there's no structure. Are you getting? In fact, they are planning to come to Kenya to confirm what you have done. 2, the issue of training, we are doing these things concurrently. The training was going on. Is that okay? Treatment was happening in KNH. Training was happening here at University of Nairobi. Is that okay? So there's nothing that, if you look at the components in the loan, we have done our best to ensure that even the monies that were there. In fact, as you're talking today, yesterday we called the bank to negotiate on some of the things that did not happen. We reallocate money so that we can get money to pay the consultants. So I can assure you, when I came here, the first meeting I had was an audit at the parliament. And the question was, why are you not utilizing the resources we have given you? And I was coming from the county. And I said, do people have money that they cannot spend? So I moved from 31, now we are talking of 83 completion, absorption rate. Please clap for me for that. So that's what we did to ensure that these resources are utilized. There are some mistakes that happened previously, but I can tell you we have corrected to ensure that we do the right thing. So the absorption is at 83, and we hope, because the remaining money is for the people in training and for equipment, which have not been delivered. When they deliver, I'm sure by September will be 100%. There's somebody who mentioned a very sensitive thing. Data. Other one. Data. Yes. Oh, thank you. Publication. I don't know what's wrong with us. We were just 2 weeks ago, we were looking at the issue of NASCOL and the issue of data base. Is that okay? I don't want to go back to data when people went to court and ask, where is the data? They say somewhere people are sleeping now. Is that okay? The servers, yeah? I want to confirm that in this project, the Dr. can confirm that we have a kidney registry. Is that okay? It was given to one of consultant who didn't perform. Is that okay? And we have just moved it to second phase. But the issue of publication, we want to have our own database and our own servers so that when we get data, because the issue of registry, we don't have even. But now we want to get data about those who are being treated. We go to nephrology, the nephrologists. Is it a union or council to get for us data? As far as data is concerned, we are doing badly, but it is inside this project that we need to get our own data and be able to store our own data. We are not going to store somewhere else, and there's a cost for it, and we have factored it. Now, there's a serious question that was asked, if the journal is credible or not. That is not meant for me. I'll bring Professor Mungai and the rest of the director to tell us more about credibility of the journals. But I am happy because there's something happening in East Africa. Is that okay? There's something happening in East Africa. And that question can be answered by those people in that field to be able to tell us which one is credible and not this. And I also want to ask people in academia, please help our students. Don't massacre them. When you don't have leeways for them to publish, please give them direction where to publish. Is that okay? Give direction. And I want to close by having one of my experience, which I did. If you go to my CV, which has not grown very much, I had my supervisors in Kenya and others in Washington. And one day I had to share the sentiments I received from Washington, because this is a good forum for me to share this. Is that okay? So I was doing my research here, and one of the leading institutions, and another one I was doing it in Washington, because I was doing fellowship, and here I was doing my master's. And when you sent your research, your findings to our local supervisors, which I am sure 3/4 of you are supervisors, you can get feedback after 3 months after using credit and data. The feedback is there. Each student gets feedback. Is that okay? I'm sorry, I want to give room for innovation. That's my closing statement. Is that okay? So I received after 3 months from senior people who are always in research, and we call them renowned researchers. And when I sent my work to Washington, I received feedback after 10 hours, which I attribute also to the issue of time difference. Huh? The first statement was, sorry for the delay. Hello? First statement. Second statement, I can see a lot of improvement. Hello? And this is a good thing when you are given work and you do. I can confirm that you have worked on this document. However, section 5 and 6, you need to improve on it. Is that okay? By including such 1, 2, 3, 4 items. The good thing, I received also mine from here. And I looked at it, and I decided to put in the platform and say, this is Washington and this is local. What do you say? And people decided to share their minds. Is that okay? In fact, not minds, they shared their feedbacks. Somebody, a supervisor had written to someone, dead on arrival. Hello? And they're working on a research. I was asking, which kind of feedback do we give? Hello? You want to give people opportunity to learn. And this is a kind of feedbacks we give after 3 or 4 months. You don't acknowledge and appreciate what somebody has done positively. I found it serious. And immediately a meeting was called. And I had like a million apologies that no. It is not that we don't want you people to work. Maybe we have given more students, we have a lot of work and this. But I said, please, let us improve on what we do. If we want to encourage innovation, please, let us give people room to do mistakes and not focus on outcome, on output. Is that okay? I'm sorry, I'm talking because that's my field that I enjoy much, on the element of innovation. If you look at the scale for innovation countries, the most innovative countries, Kenya, we are where? You don't need to go and do research. Go to Google and look at the index and innovation. Where are we? And ask yourself, what is the problem? We don't give people environment, a good condition environment for innovation. Number 2, we don't give them resources. Number 3, we don't give them room completely. Is that okay? So when you put innovation, I think in the theme, it was not by accident. Let us look at those things that can encourage innovation and be able to allow our professionals to do innovation. Chair, I can see from a distance, and I'm still just crying that there's a problem that we need to fix. Anyway, I want to appreciate my professor from Washington. She's called Professor Kiyoko. For heaven's sake. I gave even the name to confirm me. She was a lecturer in the University of Nairobi. Hello, and took to Washington University. And I said, this is a fellow Kenyan. Look at the feedback. I don't know what happened to her system. But if you can be able to fix the system and encourage innovation, that will be the best thing that you have done. As IACI, I said again, very soon we are going to have a strategic plan. And I said, you'll not step there because of papers, but because of your mindset. Is that okay? And if you are ready to serve Kenyans, we'll ensure that you create that platform, mostly in research. As you are starting the institute, we are basing on 3 things. First of all, we want to make it a saga so that you can receive some called notes from the government. Is that okay? But our focus much is in research. That we need to get research. We need to get to write more grants and get more money to run the institute. So when you invited me, I had nothing else to do other than coming to attend this meeting. Why? Because I believe through research, we'll be able to achieve much. Thank you and God bless you. Maybe if there's a question I forgot, let me look. Somebody might be cursing me here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we
I
can
think
do
I've
that.
finished all the questions. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Juk. I think we have had a very good session this time round with a lot of nuggets and the challenge for us to change mindset, especially on research. Those of us who are supervisors, I think we are all supervisors. Look at your students and just give immediate feedback. That's how you help them to innovate by not just delaying. So at this point in time, I want to welcome you for a cup of tea with the rest of the team as we discuss further.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I think we can proceed for a cup of tea.
Yeah, so we'll take a break for just about 15 minutes. We hope we should be back by 11:30 because the next plenary presenter actually is already on set. Thank you.
Thank you.
If camera can be pulled down so that I render my apology. Yeah.
You can. Yeah.
So I'd like to welcome you all for our last session, or the last session of the scientific program for this year's conference. We've had very exciting presentations from various presenters and also panel speakers, whom I hope have continued to stimulate our interest in research, as well as various issues regarding health and other related matters. So this session is entitled Infectious Diseases and Epidemics. And to start us off, we will have a panel speaker who will take us into the world of vaccines. In the last few years, we have had the experience of a pandemic, and the development and the quick development of vaccines. And before that, we had, of course, encountered vaccines in either as children or as parents with regards to other infectious diseases. So it will be exciting to hear from one who has been intimately involved in the world of vaccines. I'll be introducing her shortly. So we'll have that as our panel speaker, and then after that, a short discussion, followed by two presentations, one of which was supposed to be held yesterday, but has been pushed to today. So we will have a session or a presentation on the application of innovative simulation-based teaching and learning among staff in selected KMTC campuses offering medical lab sciences in Kenya. After that, we will have the last presentation for the day, which is perceptions on factors contributing to unplanned pregnancies among nursing students in Chuka and Embu campuses of KMTC. So all this, after the panel discussion, we will have the two presenters seamlessly proceed, and then we will have a short Q&A. So I'll request all of us to keep our questions, keep noting down any questions or comments that we may have with regards to any of the presentations, then they will respond afterwards. After that, then we will move on to our closing ceremony. So stay with us as we start off. So allow me to introduce our panel speaker, who is speaking on trends and challenges in vaccination and vaccinology in the context of emerging and re-emerging diseases. So our speaker is Dr. Rose Jalango, who is a graduate of the University of Nairobi, holding a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree, a Master of Public Health degree, and has also pursued various trainings, both nationally and internationally, in the field of vaccinology and biomedical research. So she's the head of the National Vaccines and Immunization Program with the Ministry of Health, Kenya. And she has vast experiences in spearheading successful planning and introduction of various vaccines across Kenya. And in this, we include the malaria vaccine pilot, influenza vaccine pilot, yellow fever vaccine introduction, HPV vaccine introduction, and finally the COVID-19 vaccine. She has steered full cycle vaccine introduction, the full cycle. So it will be exciting to hear from her about her experience. And she serves as a member and a board member of various technical working groups and actively participates in teaching and mentoring students and professionals in the area of vaccinology. So join me in welcoming Dr. Rose Jalango, who will be presenting online for her presentation. Welcome.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. So perhaps I may request that they assist in sharing the slides from your side. All right, thank you. I can see the slides here in slide presentation mode. Yeah, so Dr. Rose Jalango, the head of National Vaccines and Immunization Program. And I'm going to take us through the trends and challenges in vaccination and vaccinology. Okay, let me see this. Oh, it was an echo from my side, so let me sort it out in a few. Yeah, so I'm going to take us through the trends and challenges in vaccination and vaccinology in the context of emerging and re-emerging diseases. So before I do that, I'd like to go through the, for us to understand the immunization program, how it operates, and how the context has changed over time. Next slide. So this is the organization of, this is how we work within the immunization program. We do have one county and 47, one national government and 47 counties. So both we work in an interdependent way. We have specific functions for the national program, which includes vaccine procurement, resource mobilization, providing technical assistance and developing policies, whereas the 47 different county governments are responsible for service delivery. So in terms of the population that we target, we target annually children under the age of 1, who are approximately 1 million. We target 10-year-old girls for HPV vaccination, who are around 700,000. And then recently, we've started vaccinating adults with COVID-19 vaccination. So in terms of how we do supply our vaccines, we do have one regional depot that is located in Kitengela, and then it is served through a network of 9 regional vaccine stores. And then from the 9 regional vaccine stores, we go to the 304 sub-county vaccine stores. We have a total of 8,500 immunizing facilities out of a total of 10,000 health facilities. And these facilities are a mixture of public facilities, private facilities, NGO, and also faith-based organizations. Next slide. So I put this slide here to have a look at where we've come from. So the program has been in existence for more than 4 decades. And initially, the way vaccines were delivered within the first 10 years of establishing the KP program, we did have only 6 vaccines, and they were delivered either in schools. We did not have such a structure the way we currently have. But over time, especially from the years of 2000 up to date, we've introduced quite a number of vaccines based on the emerging diseases that have been upcoming. So for the last 5 years, we've managed to introduce several vaccines. So we introduced malaria vaccine in 8 endemic counties. We've introduced HPV nationwide. We've introduced additional counties for yellow fever and also COVID-19 vaccinations. So over time, the program has been evolving in terms of the number of vaccines that are being administered. This is because the number of diseases, vaccine preventable diseases, have actually been on the rise. So with that context, the program has evolved in terms of how it delivers vaccines, in terms of strategies, and also the design of implementation. Next slide. So in terms of the COVID-19 vaccines that were introduced in 2021, we had 5 vaccines, AstraZeneca, Moderna, Pfizer, Sinopharm, and JJ. And COVID-19 vaccines were quite unique because they're only targeting one disease, but there are several vaccines that were available. Again, this is a context where previously we have one vaccine for one disease, but again, times have evolved in terms of the number of vaccines being administered for one particular disease. Next slide. So what do we focus, what are key program focus areas in the immunization program? So this is a program that coordinates all the immunization services within the country, coordinating the 47 governments. So when it comes to the area of focus, we do ensure that we give vaccines and ensure we have a high coverage and equitable utilization of vaccines across all the 47 counties. Number two, our focus is on zero-dose children, and the zero-dose children are children who've not received any life-saving vaccines. So we focus on them so that we can reach them with equitable access to vaccines. We also focus on last mile availability of high and quality vaccines. Again, you've seen the 4-tier system where the vaccines come from the national stores, goes to the regional stores, goes to the sub-county stores before it reaches the delivery health facilities. During that chain of transportation, we do ensure that the vaccines are potent by using some specialized refrigerated trucks and also ensuring that we monitor temperatures from one transit point to the other. Over time, I think I've discussed before that we've introduced several vaccines again to tackle and to reduce mortality and morbidity caused by the vaccine preventable diseases. And with all this, we have to create a robust culture where we collect data, use it for decision-making and information. Some of the things that we've achieved in the program is to actually achieve and sustain polio eradication and also maintain a status of elimination of maternal and neonatal tetanus. Next slide. So this is how we operate. We have several systems within the program. We have a unit that deals with basically vaccine supply, quality, and logistics. We have a department that does capacity building and service delivery. And this is a unit that closely works with the KMTCs when it comes to updating curriculums and also training the KMTC students that we get within the program. So this is our key linkage point when it comes to collaborating with the institution. Then we have a unit of vaccine preventable diseases in terms of surveillance. We do give vaccines, but we have to know how effective are the vaccines that we give in terms of reduction, in terms of mortality and morbidity. Then we have a unit that is responsible for monitoring and evaluation in terms of just looking at the uptake of vaccines and monitoring coverage. And then finally, advocacy and communication is key in this program because we mainly deal with people who are healthy. So trying to convince healthy people to take vaccines requires a different mode of communication. They have to go out of their way, out of their working schedule to actually visit health facilities to get a vaccine that they know is going to prevent them from a disease that they've not seen. So it actually requires a strong communication and community engagement component. Next slide. This is a snapshot of how we are doing in terms of coverage. We've taken the last 2018 to 2022. So these are our tracer antigens that we use. We have Penta 1, Penta 2, Penta 3. And then we have measles that is given at 9 months and at 18 months. So for this slide, what I want to emphasize is that we still have a low uptake in the second year platform of life, and that is measles vaccine. That is barely 50% at national level, but the coverage is quite low in terms of at the sub-national level. So I think this is one of the linkages that we would like to partner with MTC, especially when it comes to training, in-service training, so that they can be our advocates whenever they are posted to various facilities and working on immunization programs. Next slide. So this is a summary of how we do supply management and logistics management from the time we do have vaccines up to the time we distribute it to the various health facilities. And again, with this interaction, there are various components of the operating system that have to come, that work together for vaccines to actually reach the various health facilities and also outreach sites. So this is a schematic diagram to demonstrate that. Next slide. So in terms of how we divide our vaccine distribution, we have different 9 vaccine stores and the locations. And then from every vaccine store, we do have the counties that they serve. And again, this is in a way to ensure that we deliver vaccines up to the last mile. So the same vaccine that is given to a child in Kiambu County, it's the same vaccine that is going to be given in a child in Wajir County, Mandera County, same potent vaccine. So it has to have a very organized way of distributing it. Next slide. So in terms of the achievements of the program, I talked about polio eradication. I've talked about we've been able to increase the number of vaccines that are vaccinating from 5,000 to more than 8,000 facilities. We've been able to review the policy guideline from the one that was developed in 2013 to capture some of the changes that have happened in terms of devolution and also capture the context of the evolving nature of vaccines within the new policy guidelines, I think, again, which is going to be an important document, especially for the teaching institutions. And in addition to that, we've been able to train healthcare workers across the country and also collaborate with various teaching institutions so that we can advocate for vaccines. Next slide. So in terms of the trends that we've seen for the last 40 years, I think we've seen a lot of changes in terms of the vaccines that are being introduced. So initially we had the 6 basic vaccines that were introduced. And then subsequently in the 2000s, we'd had a lot of accelerated introduction of vaccines that I had shown in the previous slides. So you've seen a lot of development in terms of vaccines. And then in terms of the emergence of new diseases, we've seen, like, for example, the COVID-19 vaccination pandemic. It taught us a lot of dynamics when it comes to vaccination, in that during the pandemic, we had several vaccines, multiple vaccines that were developed or manufactured within such a short duration of time. And the reason that was possible is because new technologies have been made available, that we have maybe vaccines that are DNA vaccines, nanoparticle-based vaccines, and it's deviated from the other vaccines of live attenuated and the other vaccines that we see in the traditional programs. So I think in terms of the development, there's a lot of innovation that has changed over the last 5 to 10 years. And then in terms of how we are even introducing vaccines, that has changed. Initially in the 2000s, we used to introduce vaccines across the whole country, but now we are moving away from that and using more of data to determine which vaccines to introduce. So I'll give an example. Yellow fever has been introduced in only 4 counties in the country because they're the 4 counties with the highest burden of yellow fever. Similar to malaria vaccines, they've only been introduced in 8 counties in the western part of the country, again, because that is where we have the highest burden of disease. So we are moving into a culture of introducing vaccines based on data. So it's data driven. And now we are not introducing vaccines because it's either on fashion or we are being pushed from the West. So I think that has evolved over time. And again, because of the cost implications of introducing new vaccines. The other trend that we've seen is in terms of accessibility of vaccines and ensuring equity. And we saw this a lot during the COVID-19 pandemic, where we had some areas that have the vaccines are distributed in one part of the world and the other part of the world doesn't have vaccines. So I think there's also a push to resolve inequities within the world, but also within the country, we ensure that every child has the right to life-saving vaccines, regardless of where they live and their social economic status. Next slide. Again, we've seen a lot of vaccine hesitancy and misinformation. We had a lot of this, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, where people are viewing vaccines and creating conspiracy theories and also rumors around vaccination. And this has been made possible because, again, we're a global village and the use of social media era has been quite challenging, especially to counteract the misinformation that is given out on vaccination. The other thing that we've seen grow over time is the working with other health departments. So for example, the One Health approach, because we see many emerging diseases originating from animal reservoirs and environmental changes like the climatic changes that are going through. So vaccination has been considered one of the strategies that can be used in the One Health approach perspective. Not to mention the antimicrobial resistance, again, which is on the rise because of non-judicious use of antibiotics. And again, vaccination is one of the ways now to curb antimicrobial resistance. Next slide. So to some of the challenges that we've had with all these changing landscape and context in terms of vaccinology is how do we keep up to date with information, with training institutions? A lot of things are changing within the program, within the field of vaccinology. How best can we interact with the various training institutions to keep them up to date so that once they finish their in-service training, they are going to be quite effective and equipped to join the various populations. I've talked about the challenges of misinformation, vaccine hesitancy. It's been quite a challenge. There is no one way of addressing it, but it needs a multi-pronged approach. And this we can only get if we have many people having the right information about vaccines. The other challenges we have is that over time, we've had a number of vaccines. So we have more vaccines being introduced. So that means we have a lot of storage space that is required. We do have a lot of waste that is generated from that. And that calls us to think differently in terms of how do we manage waste, how do we store vaccines potently, and how do we distribute vaccines so that every child has access to vaccines. We also have, in addition to that, when there are more vaccines, of course, the cost of vaccines are quite high. The more the technology used to develop the vaccine, the more the vaccines are expensive. So we have seen like malaria vaccines, HPV vaccines are very costly because they're using newer technology. So again, how do countries finance vaccines in that context? I've talked about antimicrobial resistance. I think it's a challenge, but vaccination can be used as an opportunity to deal with the antimicrobial resistance. So again, it's an opportunity to look at how countries can manufacture their own vaccines instead of depending on the West. And again, these are some of the lessons we learned during COVID-19 vaccination and deployment, in that we are waiting for vaccines from Serum Institute. They did make a decision because they needed the vaccines more. There's a time we had like a shortage of vaccines because we are depending on other manufacturers to do that. So again, it's a time and an opportunity again to rethink as a country whether we can have manufacturing plants, and I'm happy that the BioVax is one of the things that Kenya has considered in that context. So again, it also brought the aspect of how ready are we in terms of deploying vaccination in terms during health emergencies. So it was the first time as a country us dealing with an emergency in terms of distributing vaccines to the whole population. So I think it's an opportunity for us to look at, there are enough personnel? Do we have the right skill mix to deal with public health emergencies when it comes to vaccination? Next. Next slide.
Okay, it appears we've lost her. Yet it was the last slide, I think.
Yes.
So maybe, are you
Yes,
back?
Yes, I'm back. Yeah, so it's the last slide to conclude that we do need vaccination when it comes to combating emerging and re-emerging diseases. Over to you, Asanteni.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jalango. I think we can give her a round of applause. Yeah, so thank you very much for taking us through that presentation, quite informative on vaccination and vaccinology. So we will have a brief session of discussion. You can raise any question or clarification that you would like, both from the audience here as well as online. So maybe to start us off, and it was interesting to see the trends right from just 6 vaccines and distributing vaccines through schools to now a nationwide kind of distribution. And then again to the types of vaccine, right from live attenuated and now to DNA based. And again, you took us through the introduction of vaccines now based on data rather than just because the vaccines are available. And you also mentioned about misinformation as one of the challenges that the team has had to face, as well as antimicrobial resistance. So maybe to start us off, I would want to hear from you. There are 2 words you have used. Maybe you could define them. Vaccination and vaccinology. Are they different? What do they mean? Over to you as we wait for other questions.
Thank you. Okay, so vaccination, vaccinology, I think it's a thin line separating them, but perhaps we use vaccination in terms of referring to administration of vaccines. Yeah, so that's vaccination. And then vaccinology is actually the field of vaccines. So that includes the various components that we talked about. So from how the research is done on vaccines to how implementation is done in various countries.
Other questions from the team here? Any questions? And also online. All right, we had a question, an online question, whether there is collaboration with ECA AVI, and this has already been answered online. And Dr. Jalango has said yes, that they do have collaborations with various training programs across the world. And even from her introduction, she has been involved in a lot of work across the nation and internationally. The next question, there's a question here. What is the age bracket of administering HPV vaccine to our girls? What is the age bracket of administering HPV vaccine to our girls? And adding to that, what's the latest with regards to the uptake of the HPV vaccine after it was introduced? That's one of the questions. Yes, there's a hand here. So let's take a couple of questions and then you can answer them together.
So good morning. Thank you for the good presentation, but I have a question regarding vaccines. In our facilities, you find that the documents that have been provided for registering the vaccines, there is very little information that is provided about the side effects of those vaccines. And though it's not a massive number of children that suffers from the adverse effects, we still have a significant number, and it really contributes to the dropouts and defaulters of vaccines. Maybe what is the institute concerned with vaccination doing about it? And then again, how can we get that data about the adverse effects on especially on the childhood immunizable diseases? Thank you.
Yes, let me also join in appreciating the presentation by Dr. Jalango, and also throw in perhaps two questions. One of these has to do with the recurring issues we've had with the cholera specifically. And one wonders what we are not doing right, and particularly from the aspect of vaccination. Is there anything we are looking at? Because it looks like cholera appears to be recurring, changing characteristics. The populations that we used to know to be affected, now it is different. From the vaccination angle, is there anything we could do different? That was one. Number two, you mentioned BioVax as one of the initiatives that you're thinking will take us forward. How far is it? What has been done so far to actualize that? Thank you.
Yes, we have another question. Please go ahead. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh, I didn't go through. Okay. All right. So the question is, how long does the COVID-19 vaccine last? That was the question that was being asked. And from our online audience, someone is asking whether COVID-19 vaccine had anything to do with heart diseases or any heart complications. So did COVID vaccine have anything to do with heart diseases or any complications on the heart? So I think, Daktari, you can take those as we wait for the next round.
Yeah, thank you very much. Quite interesting questions from the audience. So I'll start on the HPV vaccination. We did introduce HPV vaccine nationwide in 2019 October, and we were targeting 10-year-old girls. But because the strategy for delivering HPV was a mixed approach of either the girls going to the health facility or the health facilities collaborating with the schools to administer the HPV vaccines, it was greatly affected during the pandemic because of closure of schools. And subsequently, what we did decide is to do like a multi-age cohort catch-up of the girls who did not receive their vaccines in 2019, so that all the eligible girls were reached. So we did a multi-age cohort of targeting girls between 10 to 14, and again, this was just to catch up on those girls that were mixed. That were missed during the COVID-19 pandemic. But we'll soon be going back to our single age cohort of 10-year-olds, and maybe to answer the maximum age where we can receive HPV vaccine in Kenya is 14 years, and it is only given to girls, again, because of global supply shortages of HPV. The second question was on side effects, and again, I get where this comes from. So normally vaccines have gone through a lot of rigorous testing during the research period before it is scaled up to the population. So most vaccines are actually safe. However, there are those vaccines, there are those side effects that are anticipated with any vaccine that is being administered. So for example, the commonest side effects include pain at the site of injection, swelling at the site of injection, and some children may develop either low-grade or high-grade fever. So what the program is doing to address these gaps is that what we do is we teach interpersonal communication skills to the healthcare workers. So the healthcare worker is supposed to communicate to the caregiver that these are the expected side effects of this vaccine. However, if you see that the fever has either persisted for longer than usual or any other adverse event that you're concerned of as a mother has occurred, you need to come back to the health facility and report. We've been having gaps in terms of healthcare workers reporting adverse events following immunization. And again, this is another opportunity where we can collaborate with the KMTC as a teaching institution. In that, some healthcare workers feel that if they report that there's an adverse event following immunization, they are going to be criminalized for causing the adverse event following immunization, which is not accurate. At times, it occurs because either of the vaccine or underlying conditions the children might be having. But some of the things we put in place is that we train healthcare workers on adverse events following immunization, and also we do print guidelines and regulations on how to detect AFI, report it, and do investigations in case we get AFIs at the lower levels. At the national level, we do have a causality assessment committee. This committee looks into the adverse events following immunization that are adverse. So for example, if after vaccination results into death or hospitalization, we do investigations, and then this committee comes and looks at, is it the vaccine that actually caused death, or is it coincidence that either way the person was going to die because of an underlying condition, but not the vaccine per se. So we also have that committee at the national level as part of strengthening the effort to report as adverse events following immunization. So I think I'll tie it up with the issue on cholera. I know cholera is a challenge across the counties. It's been recurring. So in terms of vaccination perspective, what the main core or main treatment of cholera, I think, is institutionalizing WASH activities. So once we do have the WASH in place, I think vaccines come in as once the other WASH mechanisms have been put in place. So as a vaccination program, we do have at times preventative campaigns or reactive campaigns, especially if there are cholera outbreaks in the refugee camps, in the IDPs, or recently we did carry cholera campaigns in the high-risk counties. But again, there's another wave of cholera outbreaks, and you're planning to carry out another reactive campaign. But alongside that, we are working closely with the Ministry of Water and the Environmental Health, because the only way we can address cholera at the core is actually through addressing the WASH issues. So vaccines come in terms of a reactive campaign to actually reduce the number of deaths that are occurring as a result of that. So that's how we are collaborating in terms of cholera outbreaks. So the other question was on BioVax. Yeah, I know we have established BioVax, which is a manufacturing institute within the country. And again, we cannot do it on our own. So I think we do have the plant already. We are collaborating through the Africa CDC, the Africa Union, and also different manufacturers, for example, the Serum Institute, the Bharat Biotech. So in terms of capacity building, and again, we are going through the process of regulatory approval. So it's going to, there are some steps that have been laid down, continuous capacity building, and also collaboration with other institutions, so that we can see the institute starting to produce vaccines. So perhaps in the next couple of years, we'll see that actualizing. So in terms of the COVID-19 vaccines and how long the immunity lasts, so I think COVID-19 was a new vaccine to the whole world, and we actually used it under emergency use authorization. What that meant is that it was a pandemic. We had to control the pandemic even as we continuously do research. And I'm sure there's a lot of things that have changed in terms of COVID-19 vaccination. You do remember when we started with the high-risk groups. And then from the high-risk groups, we went to the whole population to interrupt transmission. Currently, we are being told that it is no longer a global pandemic, but we need to integrate it within the routine primary healthcare infrastructure. And what does that mean? We may need to focus on high-risk groups. So either people living with comorbidity, pregnant women, and this we need to integrate within the existing infrastructure. So what I mean is that moving forward, we may have COVID-19 being given in form of booster doses, as opposed to the whole population actually getting it. So I think there's a lot of research along the COVID-19 vaccines, even as we keep learning. So again, in terms of the side effects that it was causing, we were collecting data as we move along. But again, before any vaccine is rolled out, we make sure as much as possible that it's safe. But however, because the COVID-19 vaccines had not been deployed before in another population, we kept learning and documenting the adverse events following immunization. So either I cannot directly point it to it caused heart disease, not unless there was a report and then a causality assessment was done. But there's a lot of things that we learned to the COVID-19 vaccines. Over.
Just a concern, out of curiosity. Do we have some vaccines before you administer them? You need to do screening. For example, a patient, someone, not a patient now, someone is having maybe acute hepatitis and not knowing, and the person is vaccinated, and now it becomes full-blown. Because when you are vaccinated, it is an antigen which is introduced to you for the body to produce the antibodies. Now, do we have some of the vaccines before they are administered? You need to do screening for such so that you can protect maybe those who do not know whether they are carriers of the infections. Thank you.
Okay, all right. In the interest of time, we'll ask Dr. Jalango to respond to those and probably give a final comment on how does Kenya finance its vaccination program. Over to you, Daktari.
Yeah, so thank you very much, even as I answer the last questions. So I think in terms of vaccination, it's a public health intervention, and therefore we do not offer any screening before vaccination is offered. So if you are to do any screening, it means number one, it's going to be an impediment or obstacle to getting vaccination. And then it's going to be very costly to screen people before they get vaccinated. And that is why we don't do that. So the rule of thumb is that we give vaccines to healthy people. But again, we caution the mothers, if the child is unwell, treat the child first. And then once the child is okay, you can come get vaccinated. So in terms, when someone is asymptomatic, we've not had any challenge before. However, we did have this challenge during COVID-19 vaccination. And again, probably because it was focusing on adults. So adults, they might be feeling unwell, so they don't want to disclose they're feeling unwell. They get vaccinated. So perhaps they were incubating something, and then when they get vaccinated, something blows up, not because of the vaccine, but initially they were not well, but they went to be vaccinated. So the general rule of thumb, if you are feeling unwell, let the symptoms resolve and then you get vaccinated. And then the next question is about how do we finance vaccination? So we are mostly funded by Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. They support the immunization programs in terms of helping countries to introduce new vaccines. So part of the vaccines are directly funded by government, and those are the 6 initial childhood vaccinations. That's BCG, measles, polio, penta. And then there are other newer vaccines that we have a co-financing mechanism with Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. So in this co-financing mechanism, the government contributes a portion of the cost, whereas the donor contributes the other portion of the cost. And because Kenya got into a middle income country, it means that we have been steadily increasing the amount of contribution the government is making. So by the year 2030, we are going to be transitioning out of donor support. So what that means is that currently we are having discussions on how to self-finance our programs, not only vaccination, but other donor-funded programs that are going to be transitioning out of donor support. So we have a committee, a transition financing committee that is advising the Ministry of Health on how to handle that beyond 2030. So perhaps my final remarks, I think we do have a collaborator, that is a KMTC, in terms of how do we engage more, especially with the new changes in terms of the field of vaccinology. A majority of the workforce, actually I think 99% of the workforce that we do deal with is actually nurses from KMTCs. So I think it calls for a continued collaboration and partnership to ensure that we advocate for vaccines because they are safe, and we've seen a lot of benefits in terms of vaccination. Asanteni sana, and over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Jalango, for your kind presentation and responses to our queries. So once again, would like to appreciate you taking the time to take us through and the trends and the challenges in vaccination and vaccinology within the country, and wish you all the best. The team will appreciate you later in a better way. All right, so thank you very much. We want to move on to the other presentations. So the first one, as I had mentioned, will be done by Muya Promena, and that will be a live presentation. So the presentation can go up as we introduce the next, and after that we'll have a presentation by Thiga on unplanned pregnancies. So they'll run they'll run one after the other, and after that we'll have a brief session of Q&A. Thank you. So over to you, Promena. So meanwhile, while the presentation is being put up, this is a reminder that this is our last session of our conference, of our scientific conference. And so after this presentation, we will have the closing ceremony. and would invite you to continue to be part and parcel of the closing ceremony.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, all. My name is Promina, and I am here to present a study on the application of innovative simulation-based medical teaching and learning among staff in selected KMTC campuses. My co-authors were Dr. Joyce Lungulu and Priska Moso. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Promina, and I am here to present a study on the application of innovative simulation-based teaching and learning among staff in KMTC, offering medical lab sciences. And my co-authors were Dr. Joyce Lungulu and Priska Moso. We are looking at medical lab. Medical lab is an experimental and highly technical course, as we all know, and the student must master the practical core tasks in medical lab, and they should establish the correct analysis and problem-solving ideas, and the students are trained to look for the presence or absence of disease, and the data they provide is useful, and it is used by physicians to determine the treatment of the patient, and therefore it is essential to utilize an approach of teaching and learning that meets the specific needs of the students. Next. So what is simulation? We define simulation as a reproduction of some aspects of reality. It is an innovative teaching and learning strategy which mimics the real clinical setting. Now, initially, simulation models of human patients were built in clay and stone, and they were globally used for the training of nursing instructors, and also animals were used to train surgical skills in Middle Ages. Simulations are used worldwide, and examples are here. They are used in America, they are used in Israel, they are used in Zimbabwe, they are used in Ethiopia, Tanzania, as well as in Kenya. But in Kenya, they are used for the training of laparoscopic and endoscopic training, as well as family planning and reproductive health. Beginning students in any medical program don't have that manual skills, and they attain the manual skills by training on a real patient, which is wrong. They do errors on the real patients, and they may cause even adverse effect on the same. Medical lab science is a field whereby technology has played a role, and the graduates work in clinical lab setting and conduct tests and report the finding. And you find that more than 7% of the information which is generated is used by physicians to treat, to inform the treatment a patient should receive. And the existing lab knowledge education is unable to keep up with the needs of the rapid development of clinical lab work, and hence simulation is recommended. Traditional teaching strategies, ones we use, like lecture, face-to-face teaching, assignment, do not encourage interaction and independent thinking on the student. Simulation use has been driven by the need to enhance student and public safety, changing healthcare environment, less reliance on clinical training sites because you can see the competition out there. And simulation as an innovative learning experience may be an effective alternative. One hands-on approach is one, too complex, time-consuming. You're moving faster anyway. Inaccessible due to laboratory constraints, and if the activity can take too long. For example, activity can take even a week for you to get the results. So, problem statement. It has been reported by graduates that they are inadequate even after graduation, and not seeing a number of important diagnoses during training period could pose a significant knowledge gap. And medical lab errors affect the delivery of the services. They also affect the institutions. They also affect where these students were trained. And the training as well as clinical and laboratory practice should be adequate enough. Continue. Lack of documented application in literature means either it is unclear, lacking, or inadequate. And there is need to enhance medical lab science curricula beyond laboratory skills and diagnostic interpretation. And lack of enough exposure due to C1 and D1. And reduce the length of hospital stay by patient, because you cannot tell me to stay for 1 week while I am discharged today, I came yesterday. So all this will make the students not to practice well. Understanding that there is a patient at the end of each specimen and that patient's life matter is very important while we are training these students. Next. And it is also rewarding to see the patient's prognosis get better. And this also will provide an examples of simulation learning, give weight to their effort, change curricula if it is deficient, and there is definite need for evidence base for the application of the same. And the aim of this study was to determine the application in medical lab science department. Research question. To what extent were simulations designed, constructed, and implemented? Were there opportunities for those mostly directly involved? What factors shaped a program's decision to implement simulations? And what challenges were encountered during the implementation process? General objective to determine the application of the same in campuses offering medical lab. Specific objective to appraise the institution's ability to apply simulation, determine the opportunities, establish the factors shape the program's decision to implement simulation, and examine the challenges affecting the same. Justification. Effective training of healthcare workers directly influences the quality of healthcare in Kenya. And enforcing quality and standard in training requires serious checks and benchmarks, and variation in simulation is an indication of lack of standards. And changes in technology need for student and patient safety, decreasing reliance on clinical sites potentially limits learning opportunities, and establishment of well-equipped lab is paramount to ensure excellence in training. Simulation eliminates geographical boundaries while providing a safe environment. They cannot completely replace clinical sites. While direct contact is critically needed, today's patients need to be handled by and operated on by highly trained professionals. Next. Significance of the study. The study finding will contribute to the body of knowledge on its relevance. Simulation-based teaching in KMTC can be a center of excellence, as we saw what is done in Aga Khan. The results obtained will also help the institutions better the implementation. And the study will also form a basis for further research on the state of art in simulators. The scope, this study was done in KMTC, particularly on the Department of Medical Lab. This This is conceptual framework. It is just the details. Next. Next. Now, this is my conceptual framework showing independent variables, dependent variables, and the outcome. We also have intervening variables. Next. Theoretical framework. Which theory informs this study? The theory informing this study is the experiential learning model, and it is the one which is explained down there. Next. It is further experiential learning theory. It's explained because it is the one which informs simulation in healthcare. Next. These are the steps in experiential learning. Next. Which philosophy informed the study? Realist philosophy of science informed this study. And here we are talking about real experiences being amplified with guided experiences. Next. Research design and methodology. The study was done in medical lab science program, and the campuses involved were as shown. Pilot study was carried out in Kitui. The method, this study was a mixed method study whereby qualitative and quantitative data were generated. The population were lecturers in the department and also principal in those various campuses. Inclusion, the lecturers in the department and the campus principals, and exclusion, any other who is not from any institution where we have a simulation lab. Next. Sample size determination, census method was used. The total population was 64, and 6 participants were used in pilot study, and then the remaining was considered to be a small population as the total population was used. Next. Data collection tools, questionnaires, checklists, observation, and interviews were used. Next. Move next. I explained all this. Move next. Assembly procedure, I stated, I used census method. Data collection, the data collection procedure, the questionnaires were administered to lecturers. Site visit was done by the lead researcher. Checklists were filled by lab in charges, and the interview was conducted to the campus principals. Variables, as we saw them in the conceptual framework. Pilot study was done in KMTC Kitui. Yeah, that is just an explanation of what was done during the pilot study. Data management, qualitative and quantitative data was integrated sequentially, and this is in it was informed by fully mixed sequential equal status design, and it is the one which is explained down there. This is the study stage sequencing, which is explained how the qualitative data and the quantitative data was integrated. Next. Data analysis, this is explaining how data was analyzed, starting with analytical coding all the way to how qualitative data was analyzed using content analysis. Next. Move faster. Move faster. Next. Data after analysis, data was summarized and presented in form of frequency tables, percentages, and bar graph, and chi-square was used. Validity, the data collection tool were content validated, and the pre-testing and triangulation were also employed, and also reliability was ensured for all of it. Next. Ethical consideration permission was obtained from HIREC, NACOSTI, KMTC. Consent from respondent was also sought prior to the study, and the respondents were assured of confidentiality and anonymity. Results. These are the social demographics, where we have the males and the females. Next. This is graphical representation. Next. Age distribution. Next. Next. This is distribution of the lecturers across campuses. The same. Next. Together with the number of years they have been there, the number of years experience versus their age. Next. This is showing the relationship between the number of years and their own age. Next. Now, objective 1, ability of the institution to implement. You see, 83% of the lecturers indicated that they well understood, but 17% they said they somehow. Next. The opportunities as shown down there, and the respondent reported that a simulation enabled them to earn CPDs in their respective campuses. Although simulation is good, but it has been criticized because of the use of costly resources and the faculties lack training. Next. Then what is the driving force? 1, shift from long hospital stay by patients to no hospitalization. Medical lab is dynamic, and also new pandemics. Next. The factors which shaped. Why did they have to? It helps students to learn skills they can apply on real patients or in real life situations, among others. And these are examples of simulated activities in medical lab.
Maybe we can go to the conclusion, please, because of time.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Conclusion. 1, simulations were used for teaching, and the opportunity which was seen was assessment. And then a simulation helped increase self-confidence of students and also staff. And simulations are very expensive to run. And it is better to send a student to the clinical site instead of having the simulations. So a part of my, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Promina, for that presentation. Thank you very much. Sorry we had to rush you, but because of time. So we are on to the last presentation, which will be a video presentation by Viga, who is discussing perceptions on factors contributing to unplanned pregnancies among nursing students in Chuka and Embu campuses of Kenya Medical Training College. So that should be coming up now.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Anne Vega from Kenya Medical Training College, Chuka campus. I'm ready to present it to you, and I'm very grateful to Dr. Catherine Kapanya and the Principal Siambei Dennis for assisting me to do this research. The presentation is on the perception of factors contributing to unplanned pregnancies among nursing students in Chuka and Embu campuses of Kenya Medical Training College. The specific objectives are included institutional factors contributing to unplanned pregnancies among nursing students at Chuka and Embu campuses of Kenya Medical Training College. The second objective was to determine cultural factors contributing to unplanned pregnancies among nursing students at Chuka and Embu campuses of Kenya Medical Training Colleges. The third specific objective was to establish factors which are contributing to unplanned pregnancy among nursing students at Chuka and Embu campuses of Kenya Medical Training College. The statement of the problem: unplanned pregnancies often disrupt the education of female students, thereby increasing the chances of dropping out of school. You find that the nursing students are the only ones who are affected due to pregnancies. Other problems include frequent absenteeism, repetition of school, and you find that even they can be deferred or they just leave the college completely. There is dropping out of school. There is also early marriages and poor academic performance, where you find their performance is actually affected. Similarly, unsafe abortions are also problems in medical colleges, where you find if somebody has gotten pregnant, we cannot underestimate that they are abortions. Sexually transmitted diseases, and also to some extent there might be maternal deaths. The methods which were used to do the study was the descriptive study design. Setting was in Chuka and Embu KMTC campuses in Tharaka Nithi and Embu counties, respectively. The subject included 101 students consisting of 67 from Embu and 34 from Chuka Medical Training College, respectively. The sampling method: both probability and non-probability sampling procedures were used. The cluster random sampling method for the medical colleges was done, and a purposive sampling method for the female nursing student, where we find that the nurses are aware on how to control themselves and they know the methods they can use in order to avoid pregnancies. The results: the study targeted female nursing students, and majority were aged between 18 to 21 years old, consisting of 95%, and 22 to 25 years of age, accounting to 5%. In individual factors, it was found that majority of the students, a total of 55, accomplishing of 82.5%, reported that irresponsible sexual behavior is a contributory factor to unplanned pregnancy. Failure to use condoms accounted to 10 students, accounting to 15.5%, while others, such as rape, leisure, drug, peer pressure, accounted to 2 students, accounting to 2%. Cultural factors. Cultural factor related, such as early marriages, accounted for 98%, responding that early marriages are not encouraged, while only 4 students, which is 2% of the respondents, indicated that communities encourage early marriage. The institution factors. The study found that the institutional factors that could reduce unplanned pregnancies include introduction of sex education, which accounted to 19%. You find that if there is sex education and the students are aware, then the probability of the student having unplanned sex is reduced. Provision of contraceptive methods accounted for 62.9%, and counseling in regard to unplanned pregnancies included 16.5%. Others were accounted for 1.5%. Conclusion. Based on the results, irresponsible sexual behavior, media influence, financial gain, and peer pressure contributed to unplanned pregnancy. Recommendation. Guidance and counseling should be utilized in prevention of unplanned pregnancy by use of technology and counselors. We find with the rate of technology, the student can be able to get knowledge on unplanned pregnancy, and as far as the institution also can support, there could be counselors who can be able to counsel the students in regard to unplanned pregnancy. Still, there should be further studies to investigate the effect of irresponsible sexual behavior on academic performance of students. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Anne Vega from Kenya Medical.
All right, thank you very much for those presentations by Promina and Thiga. And so we're opening a very short session on any questions or inquiries or clarifications that we might have regarding the two presentations. So both the online audience and the live audience here may ask the question. All right, we have one question here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Thika, for taking us through. These are very informative study because pregnancies are very prevalent among our students. I have two clarifications I want to inquire from you, and then one comment. What was I didn't see the prevalence of unplanned pregnancy because it seems your study is about factors on one side leading to unplanned pregnancy. So I expected to see prevalence of unplanned pregnancy. Then I've seen the conclusions are saying that this is not a comment. You may not respond. You are saying that there was behavioral factors and cultural factors led to unplanned pregnancy. So I expected to have seen inferential analysis linking the behavioral factors on one side and those that appeared to be more significantly linked to unplanned pregnancy. Then that may be moving forward in your publication, you may need to do that so that when you draw such a conclusions of significant link between the dependent and independent variable, then that analysis is clear. So that is just a comment. The only thing I may request is to know the prevalence because I didn't see it.
All right, thank you. Yes, Kelvin.
Thank you very much, both presenters. I have two concerns to both. The first one to first presentation on simulations. Something was not clear for me on the methodology. I just wanted to know, like, when you are collecting data, was the observation done during the practical sessions of the simulation, maybe in the lab, in addition to the interviews which were conducted? And if that is the case, we know sometimes the human behavior. When you realize that someone is watching you, you may want to behave in a different way to please the person who is watching you. How did you cater for this? Then for the next presenter, very close to the question that has been asked about the unplanned pregnancies. At one point, I thought maybe you reached out to the nursing students who were already having pregnancies. And I wanted to ask, how was the unplanned pregnancy defined? Because sometimes it may be coined to be unplanned if it is now not moving the way it was needed. That can change. So maybe that was not the case. And among the institutional factors that you mentioned, I've seen that they have just pointed out on how to reduce and not how the institutional factors contribute to unplanned pregnancies. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to bring a different perspective and probably an eye-opener to the second presenter. When you talk of unplanned pregnancies and the effects you have outlined, I think it's also prudent to include the boy child. When the girl child gets pregnant and the pregnancy was not planned, it affects these people. Because we have talked maybe inability to continue the studies. Someone who did not plan a pregnancy is a man of the house and is a pregnancy, we know there's increase in demands which might actually make one a drop out of school. That is just I'm a reproductive specialist myself, and many times we tend to think that pregnancy will only affect the girl child in terms of their studies. Then number two, at some point, I don't think whether it was just a slip of the tongue. You mentioned that only nurses are affected by pregnancy as students. Kindly look into that. I really don't think whether that's what you intended to say. And for the first presenter, I was looking at your statement of the problem, and I was seeing it as if you are leading us to a direction of maybe getting some hope in terms of training and training better by use of simulations. And now, when you went to the findings and the conclusions and recommendations, I got confused because you went for it's like you're recommending we don't go that way if you want to train students better. Maybe you can say something about that. Thank you.
All right, I think we can allow the presenter. Okay, yeah, Dr. go ahead, and then the responses.
Was I audible? Sorry. Yeah, the presentation on stimulation, you did mention in the conclusion, one of the conclusions that this was an expensive affair. You did not get the time to give your recommendation. Maybe you can tell us based on one of these conclusions, what was your recommendation? Should the KMTC still continue applying this, or what was the recommendation?
All right, let's have, Purity, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I've seen some presenters citing their statement of the problem. Is it really in order? I will love to know. Thank you.
All right, so maybe we'll take one more question from the online audience, then I'll allow the two presenters to respond. So to presenter number one, on medical lab research, what was the criteria for selecting the campuses in which you conducted the study? What was the criteria? All right, so over to you. We can begin with Ndiga.
Thank you so much for the response on regard to the preference rate. This one I could not get the data. And you are all aware that in campuses, we don't keep the data of the pregnant students. So it is an eye-opener for us as trainers. We start keeping data of our students who are either deferring, who are either getting pregnant, giving birth, and how they give also birth, how are they assisted. So that is another area we need to check on the preference rates of pregnancies in our campuses. Now, when we come to the, I say thank you for the compliment, and about the inferential statistics. This one, we will be able to do it in a next research if we undertake it. Then we find that in the resorts, there was the issue of it's only about the results of how it should be done. So I found that instead of giving the contributing factors, this one could the more data which was more applicable was the how can we prevent this pregnancies. So that is the results which were given, which could at least touch the topic on the institutional factors. Otherwise, the other thing is that as an eye-opener, I say thank you. Actually, we find that I concentrated on the girl child. The reason why I did this is that because it is the first study, then the next study which can be done now, it can include, because I wanted to see first, what is that our students, ladies, they are getting pregnant, yet they are giving these services to the clients. We are advising our clients. So I wanted actually to narrow the research only on the female students. So the next time we will also include the boy child. You are not forgotten. The other thing is that it was only the girl child who was concentrated on. Remember that once the pregnancy comes, it comes with the complications. These complications only affected the lady. However, the mental issue of the boy child. But you find that even about dropping out of the college, it is only the girl child who will drop out of the college. Even if the men were the responsible of the pregnancies, the counterparts, they didn't continue with their education. But what happens with the lady? She's the one to go home or defer. So actually, I would say that there is need for counseling both the boy child and girl child. And in this, it can be done through, as I have said, through technology. We can have platforms where we can have education forums. They can also catch up with a big number of our students. Then it is also necessary also to give to have counselors. You find that as one of our presenters said, that sometimes our students are not very ready to disclose what they are undergoing. We know that pregnancy is something which is very crucial in somebody's life, and we leave these students just like that. So I will say that we give the two genders a good counseling, and we can have maybe counselors in our environments who are close and whose students feel that they can disclose their issues. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you for the questions. I want to respond to the questions. One was on the methodology. And the question was, did you carry out observation on any practical being done in the lab? The answer here is yes, but from the title, you find that it is among staff. So the staff do not do the simulation, but they do the demonstration and they teach the students. So it was not for the students. The students were not part of the respondents. The staffs were the only respondents, but authority was given by the CEO to go into the simulation labs, to the demonstration labs, and observe whether do we have adequate facilities, the infrastructure, and what is there. So it was done. So observation was done and it was taken care of. The second question was asking about the statement of the problem. The flow from the statement of the problem, the finding, discussion, conclusion, and then recommendation. Now, the statement of the problem. Yeah, what is the problem? The problem is that there is a gap between knowledge and practice in the once one has graduated and is working. When we talk about practice, we mean the skills and the attitude when one is now working and not a student. Now, this gap was reported by the professionals after graduation. And the second gap, you know that there are so many errors one can encounter in the lab. And the errors will start from direct when the patient comes, is seen, goes to the lab, sample is collected, it is analyzed. The errors which are committed by the student, because the students do not practice in that error-tolerant environment, but they train with real patient. So this is also a concern, a gap, a problem. Now, when we come to the finding, the first question was, do you have simulation labs? 83% said yes. 17% said we somehow. Somehow is a pregnant response, because when you are saying somehow, now, if something is not done well, it is not done at all. Remember, we are dealing with people's life. We are not doing trial and error. Then when it came to discussion, this was seen as a gap for us, because the respondent reported that we somehow do it. So maybe it is not done at all. Or if it is done halfway. So do you give knowledge or attitude or skills to students who will graduate and go to work halfway? If someone is not competent, is halfway competent, probably is not competent and it's working. So it was seen, and then it was also seen in the conclusion where there was somehow no harmonization. And then for the recommendation, the KMTC management should ensure that there is harmonization of training and standardization. If one campus says we somehow, another one said, I am so much okay, I do that. In fact, I do virtual. The fidelity ones, the most complicated. Now, if a student qualifies in this institution where they use the high fidelity, another one qualifies where they somehow use now, and they are going to work in the field. Are we not seeing that there is a gap? So there is need for standardization and also harmonization as far as simulations are concerned. So you can see the link from statement of the problem, the finding, the discussion, the conclusion, and then the recommendation. Only that the time was too short for me to explain up to the last part. Then there was a question on the costs. Simulation is an expensive affair, not an expensive affair. And then what do you recommend? When we look at the cost in simulation, we don't only look at the infrastructure equipping the simulation labs. Remember, there are instructors. And apart from the instructors specific for that department, we have the technicals. The technical people on the ground. Are there enough? When you look at our institutions, we only have 43 ICT officers, and we have more than 70 campuses. You can see already. You see, so when we look at this cost, the cost is not just the equipping, the infrastructure, the equipment, it is more than that. The samples. Now, if it is an expensive affair, what do you recommend? In the recommendation, I said the KMTC management to employ more staff so that they can help in this workload overload. We are not preventing workload, but that overload which will resort to the burnout. And when we are talking of the staff, we are having all the other cadres on board. Number two, to equip the simulation labs, even with the simple equipment, and ensure that they are also used well, and train
the simulation instructors, because many of them reported, I am simulating something that I don't know. I am only using the knowledge that I have practiced since I started training. So yes, there is a recommendation in the recommendation. Now, there was a concern, I think it was a concern, not a question. Should we have citation in statement of the problem? Now, the question will come back to us. What is the way forward? When we go back to the journals which have been published, they have been reviewed, they have been published, you find that many of them, they have citation in the problem statement. Now, do we have a standard training? You know, we are also training the students, because when you go and Google many of them, you will find that they are also citing. This is a gap. It was reported here by this person. And this is a gap. Now, if this is a gap, you want to see whether it is the same gap where you are going to carry out your work. So in many of the journals, the reviewed journals, the ones we consult when we are doing our literature, many of them are cited. That is according to what I saw. I don't know for my fellow scholars what you have seen, but the many I went through were cited. So that was a concern for all of us. We also need to get direction from our research officer. Now, there was an online question which was asking the criteria for selecting the campuses. What criterion did I use? Going for only medical lab. I am a medical lab person, and I only wanted to know what is happening in medical lab. And when I was looking, I wanted to do this research on staff. And I looked at the number of staffs we are having in KMTC in the same department, and I found that they are few. So I took all the campuses, training, medical lab. And that is why I said I used census. Census, you take all of them. And I went to all the campuses, the 11 campuses, and the pilot study was carried out in Kitui KMTC.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the elaboration on the questions asked. So because of time, I would like to bring this session to an end, and also appreciate our presenters of that have done as proud in this session, right from Dr. Jalango, and then our last two presenters. Thank you very much for your input into this scientific conference. And I believe the research team in KMTC has picked up some of the maybe areas that are not quite clear, and will definitely provide direction with regards to that. And so I would like to now hand over the session to Dr. Swani, who will take us through the closing ceremony, which is not very long. So I'd kindly ask us to just hold on. He will welcome the DDA, who will make the closing remarks with a vote of thanks from Egla, and then we'll have a closing prayer. So Dr. Swani, and thank you for being a very active participant in the session. My name is Dr. Mutie from Nairobi campus KMTC. Thank you. Karibu, Dr. Swani.
Thank you, Dr. Mtia, for guiding us through that session very ably, and I believe managing time very well. Like Dr. Mtia said, we have a short closing ceremony. I am chairing this session. But since I have won this hat of chair for various aspects related to research in this institution, you will bear with me to say a few words, even though as chair, I was meant to guide the ones to do this speaking. Like Dr. Mutie said, yes, we'll get closing remarks from our DDA, Dr. Nyawira. Then Madam Egla, the Deputy Registrar in charge of research, will give a vote of thanks, and then Reverend will give the closing remarks. Shall we have lunch? Yes, then we shall proceed for lunch. You've done well, many of us who have been here, and so I think we all deserve that lunch. Now, let me begin my few remarks by appreciating all of you who sent us your abstracts, which formed the basis of this conference. As a committee, when we sit, usually our job normally is number one, to come up with a theme and derive sub-themes, upon which then we request people to send us abstracts. At the same time, we usually would select topics relevant to the various sub-themes and look for plenary presenters. But you realize that if all we get are those plenary presenters and we don't have scientific papers, the conference will not be complete. And so we always go out, we are happy when we receive the abstracts, because you see, those ones are not in our hands. It's in our hands to look for plenary presenters, it's in our hands to decide the titles for presentation, but it's not in our hands on the scientific papers we receive. And so imagine if we didn't receive any abstracts, we'll be stuck. And so we are very, very appreciative as an organizing committee that you, the ones representing the others who did presentations earlier, that you did give us your abstracts. Now, as a committee, when you receive this abstract, obviously we do some evaluation. And we also provide guidance. As we go through, we try to see that there is some science and there's some organization. And in the context of organization, actually, we provide a format in which we wish to have the abstracts presented. And this is the point where I really want to send out a plea that many times, almost all the time, very few people follow that format. Very few of us actually follow that format. Even those who are presented a third, a fourth time, they will still not follow the format. You know, elsewhere, that would be the first disqualification. You have not followed the format. And so then the question becomes, why do we, or how do we come up with that format? From where we sit as an organizing committee and specifically the scientific subcommittee, we have looked at what makes it easiest for your audience to understand your work, even just from looking at that abstract. You have a title, you have an introduction, you have objectives, you give us, we like to break down a methodology. You give us the design, you give us the setting, you give us the subjects, and you tell us, okay, now that I have these objectives, the answers to these objectives, I hope to get them in this manner. If I'm saying I look at socio-demographic characteristics, so what answers do I expect? I will provide you with the proportional distribution of my subjects as per those social demographics, so that the person reading already knows what you intend to measure as an answer to your objectives. And then we come to the results themselves. You've already prepared me on what I expect to find, to see in the context of results. And then, of course, beyond the results, you give your conclusions and recommendations. That is the basis of our giving you that format. And if you follow the same format, in fact, you already have the slides, how they should just flow, and you can very easily fit into those 10 minutes if you follow that format very well. Now, one question that has come up, which we said as a committee probably will provide guidance on, was that aspect of problem statement or statement of the problem. From where I sit, that is part of the introduction. Within the introduction, you are making it clear why this study was necessary. And that's the problem of the statement, introduction. So it doesn't have to come in. Yes, where we want to have focus is on the area of results. It's the results we want to know. You gave us a title, you gave us your design, you gave us the objectives. What are your results? We would wish to limit the time we spend on the introductory aspect so that we delve on the results, conclusions, recommendations. And so from the scientific subcommittee of the organizing committee, usually that's how we look at it. And that is the guidance we usually try to provide, even as we go through and we communicate back and forth. I would just want it to be appreciated that usually this is a committee effort, it's not usually an individual effort. The office of the registrar, deputy registrar research will be the one communicating, but usually it is a collaborative, a committee effort, so that whatever guidelines you get, guidance you get, people have sat, taken time to sit, taken time to read through, taken time to give guidance. We appreciate most of this work would already have been presented elsewhere. Most of this work would have been done for perhaps certain qualifications. But what I've learned about research is that anyone looking at your work can always see what you didn't see. Just like you remember when you are supervising a student, sometimes you just find at the end of the day when you're about to sign and find, hey, how come I hadn't noticed this particular aspect? So never take it like research never reaches perfection. That is why it is researching on what was searched. It doesn't reach perfection. Anyone new looking at it might just see something that can improve it. So always take it in that light when you find that this back and forth, because we want you to produce the best, it always remains your work. We usually would want to make that contribution. We are humbled, very humbled, when we see that we have communicated well. Some of us have actually appreciated that contribution. We feel very humbled. Yes, you see, there are those desk researchers and they are the active field researchers. Now, those of us who sit at the desk, yes, we didn't have the energy and the stamina and the strength to go in the field. But when we see that that small contribution is appreciated, we feel nice because we are all in there together. The quality of the conference is rated by the quality of the papers presented. If we can contribute to improve that quality, then we are all trying to take our institution to that next level where we want it to be. So in the future, and I'm saying this because some of us, I think I was here with the first conference 2010. 2010 to 2023, those are not very few years. So we'll be the ones who are almost exiting. And so we are sharing this so that even as we'll be handing over the mantle, you will appreciate that the people we have mentored, and I'm glad Francis here, Dr. Maduka was here. For me, if I exit now, I feel I would have left that committee in good hands. You have already seen the work Francis and Kelvin there is able to do. I feel like, I have left this committee in very good hands. And so it has been my privilege, yes, to have been part and parcel of that process. And I think I still have a few years to put in, but these are not the years for handing over gradually, so that the institutional memory, I'm sure, I think now Madam Deputy Registrar now knows about as much as I've known where this unit has come from. So I think it has been a very big privilege. I'm very thankful to my employer KMTC for having given me that opportunity to serve in this. And so with those very many remarks, I think it was not meant to be my place to say so very many words. It is my humble duty to welcome Dr. Nyawira, our Deputy Director Academics, to give her remarks. We have been working under her direction and her office. I'm sorry for appearing to blow our own trumpet, but really it is your docket and your work we've been doing. And so we want to hear your remarks as you close this, our 7th scientific conference. But even as I say so, I want to report that we had, I think, all the presentations we had on our program have been presented, all the scientific papers presented, even the plenary presentations. We had a few challenges here and there, but we are happy that all presenters managed to do their presentation. So our program actually got to completion. So welcome, Madam Deputy Director, to give your remarks as you close the 7th scientific conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Aswan, for these remarks. I want to thank the entire team. I thank all of us. It's a good thing. You have ended on a very good note. We have presented all the papers, all what you had planned has been done. I really want to thank you because it's a culmination of a great effort. Thank you. I want to thank Dr. Aswani in a very special way. He has traced the journey, a 14-year journey because this is the 7th conference, biennial conference. So 13 years or 14 years is a big journey that we have made. I thank you for the stewardship. I thank you for the leadership. I feel very supported by you people because indeed, as you have said, I know many of you work very hard and working to represent really this office. Thank you that you have not let me down. You've done a marvelous job. Your commitment, your dedication, they are all a testament, when we look at what has happened. So I thank you, Dr. Aswani, for leading this. At some point, it almost sounded like you're making a farewell speech. I hope that is not the case. We still feel we want you to be here, but I quite agree. You have done an excellent job and we have learned from it. You have strengthened even the institution, because you can imagine that is really the journey of the institution doing these conferences. It's a journey of the institution in research, and you have spearheaded it all very well. So on behalf of the entire team that has been working on this, I want to thank you, Dr. Aswan. Similarly, I want to thank Deputy Registrar Research and all the members of the team that work there. I also want to thank the entire committee, all the members for all the work, all the many meetings, all the input. I want to really thank you. All the participants in this conference, the moderators, the presenters, the speakers, peer reviewers, everyone who has been even doing the recording. I would really want to thank you. To all those who submitted their papers again, Dr. Soni has described it as those who do the work in the field. And we thank you for doing the work first. You are shining our light, because whatever we are, you are representing KMTC as you do this. We do thank you. He has also mentioned it could be being done for something else. Maybe you're doing it for a qualification in an institution and you present it here. We are still happy that as you go there, you are part of us, you are representing us, and also the skills that you learn for us. So first, everyone who has participated, I want you to feel that we thank you. I'm going to speak on my own behalf and on behalf of the CEO, who is not able to be with us in this meeting. He is also very delighted because, again, when we do this, we also are supporting the office of the CEO, just as we are supporting the entire institution, the board of directors. So it's not unnoticed what you have done. Having said this, and before I go to other remarks, I want to also continue that conversation that Dr. Aswani has said. The conference committee is responsible, particularly the scientific subcommittee. They are responsible for guaranteeing the scientific quality and integrity of the conference. So they are responsible for the scientific content, what is presented, also how it is presented, because the moment you present it, the moment this abstract, it is read in relation to the organization. As you may be aware, conference proceedings, they can even be put online. Like our conference booklet, we can put it online because we are accountable for this research, and research done is a public good. Public good meaning it should go out for people to access it, just like education. It's a public good, just like the roads, they're public good. You should not prevent other people from using that. So an abstract ought to be published somewhere, put in the library, but even online where it can be accessed. Now, each institution always has guidelines. So part of accountability, part of professionalism, among the other core values is to follow instructions. So if instructions are given regarding how the abstract is to be presented, then a seasoned researcher would know and would be expected to follow those instructions. And these instructions are for all of us. I am one of the people who have been part of the teams presenting papers here. So myself, I think we have presented 5 papers in different teams, different teams. And we were bound by the requirements set forth by the committee. So these requirements are for all of us, including myself. So if they say this is the word count, it must be kept to that. If it is said, this is the format. If it says it is introduction, I cannot replace that with background. I should say exactly as it has been said, introduction. If it is said the next thing is methods, then I cannot introduce problem statement, justification. If it is said the next, we follow instructions. It's a very important aspect of professionalism to follow instructions. So we have had a problem with that. not just this time, even previously. And really, it is one area that then it affects the quality of our work. Because if we present an abstract, and when I read the abstract, this one has these subheadings, the other one has different. This one is 500 words, the other one is this. This one, they are very, very specific instructions. So I want to insist, I want to request that we understand it is a measure of scientific integrity and professionalism and accountability to follow instructions. There is also instructions on the etiquette of presenting, etiquette of your paper. Also etiquette about how you respond, maybe like to peer review, comments, and so on. So that if somebody says, okay, we have reviewed your paper, we have given you these comments, please respond by Monday at this time, with a revised abstract again. The higher, it's a measure of integrity to respond within that time and to consider those comments that have been given. Also, the time. If you're told the presentation is 10 minutes, if you're told it is 10 slides, it must just be that. I cannot say for mine it's still longer because it's a more complicated study. Oh no, it's longer because I have this and this. No, the purpose of the scientific presentation is not to present your entire research. No, you must be very, very deliberate to pick what can be presented. I am looking to a time where I will even be introducing something called 3-minute thesis, where I can present my entire PhD in 3 minutes. I have done that before in 3 minutes. I cannot say a PhD cannot be done in 3 minutes. It is being done already. It's possible. I have to pick, to choose. So that ability to choose what should be presented, it is showing, it is demonstrated in the presentation. So if I do not have ability to pick what I can present, then that shows again, there's a problem. There's a problem somewhere. So I must say this is an area of learning. That's why I'm emphasizing it. It's an area of learning that I want us to take home. Let's really follow the instructions. Again, the conference, don't present your entire research. It is the key things that have been, that are key, that you pick out. Maybe key results, key an area. So if I say we did this, so I'm not presenting maybe all the objectives, but I'm picking the area to present in this conference because it's restricted to 10 minutes. So I am hoping that going forward, we will not have a problem like that. So again, you get instructions like 10 minutes. It means generally, at best, you would do 1 minute per slide. So if I'm presenting 10 minutes, maybe 10 slides or 12, they are about, because maybe the title slide, I will not need to say much. For the last slide, I cannot have 30, 40 slides for a 10 minutes presentation, because the purpose of having a slide, the audience must see it. If I'm just going to be skipping it, if before people even look at it, I have already moved on, then that slide is redundant. There was no point of putting that slide. So I must choose carefully again what will be on my slides. It's not everything that I might like to present in a class, for example, or in a 30 minutes presentation, because the researcher presenting 10 minutes, even if I give you an hour, this is what you can present. But now I'm saying 10 minutes, you must choose. It's not every table that you will need to present. It must be legible, for example. There's no need of me presenting a huge table that nobody can even read. And then I want to show up presented. If you know there isn't enough time for the audience to read your slide, don't put that slide. I need to be able to read your slide. So you will explain, but I should be able to read it. So if you're just moving by, please do not bring that. Then also in the answering questions, there is etiquette about answering questions, about how you respond, how you respond, because this is a scientific meeting. We accept questions, but the questions must also, we must think about the question carefully, then ask because you want an answer. usually scientific question. Then at the end also to respond, I also need to get them respond. Again, there is a quick focused response. And yeah, we must have the etiquette of asking questions, etiquette of responding to the questions, including those that we do not have the answer for. So it's an area that we need to check ourselves a bit more, maybe to improve as an institution. The following instructions at submission, preparation of the abstracts, responding to the call, checking the themes, setting it in time, following that instruction, responding to peer reviewers, preparing the slides, even recording. If you are told you need to record your slides, you need to record your slides. Why would you say I cannot record my slides? You need to record, and to record using the guidance that has been given, and to ask for support where we need support. So going forward, I'm really asking the research committee going forward, we must, deal with this in the strictest and most stringent manner, because it reflects on our scientific quality. Somebody looking at the abstract booklet, somebody is attending the conference, somebody online who sees this, somebody who visits this, it reflects on the quality. So we can enhance that. Also, it can reduce the amount of time we spend, because the scientific committee, they spend a lot of time even reworking the abstracts because people have not done it. I am actually again requesting, let's really follow the instructions for every part that we are to do. I am quite happy to have participated in the research, first in my personal capacity, and also as a researcher. As I have said, I've also presented some papers here. I'm also happy to have participated as a conference chair. Many of the times when I'm not in the meeting, I have followed on YouTube the proceedings to see how it's going on. And I'm very happy. I've personally benefited from this experience. I'm also happy to have participated as the chair of the conference. And therefore, I find it a successful conference. I would say to me, it's very successful. To the CEO, it's very successful. To us as an organization, it's really successful. And for that, I really thank you. So on behalf of myself and the entire management, I'm happy that we are able to host this conference. I thank the CEO for facilitating the conference. I thank the college research and ethics committee, which is the organizing committee of the conference, and which has done a lot of this work representing my office. I thank you for excellent coordination, putting together the logistics, managing the agenda. I thank you. Managing a large number of speakers, a large number of presenters, fostering a spirit of collaboration. I do want to really thank you for this. As I've said, so much is expected of the team. It is responsible for the scientific quality and integrity. And because research is one of our core mandates, we have a triple mandate: research, training, and consultancy. So this is a conference that really shows where we are in research. It's absolutely good. I'm happy. We have collaborated a lot. Like now in the place you are as a team, as you have worked as a team, it's really shown, and this is commendable. So the meeting began with a strong affirmation of the importance of innovation and technology in training, research, and primary healthcare. I'm glad we have not lost that theme, and that this has permeated through the discussions that have gone on. At the end of the conference, as I have take homes myself, so I would like to say that promoting innovation and technology, as well as research, remains a top priority of the college. There are quite a number of key points that I've synthesized. If you synthesize the general voice, the key areas there are quite a number of things. One of them is the critical role of the institution in research. And of course, by institution, it is the people. It's because even if we had all the money and all the infrastructure, and we did not have people engaging in research, our staff and our students, then we would not yet quite be there, would not be able to do anything. So I note that all of us as a staff, as students, we have a critical role in research, not just at the institution, but at national level. I do not know whether we all understand the very, very strategic position of this institution, in supporting the agenda, the health agenda in general. So the agenda for our country, for our region, and even globally. We are very unique. We have a unique legacy, and even going forward, we have a unique role. We are in that intersection of health and education that can make a difference in both the educational and the health sector, as well as other sectors, including the economy. So it's a very, very strategic institution for the country. And I would also always like you to, as you walk down the street, feel you are making an important contribution to our population, as it should be. The second point is the need to shift our mindset, the need to shift our culture, our thinking. We have been challenged on several fronts. What we need to do, how we need to position ourselves in the training, in adopting technology, in research, in several things. So it boils down to our mindset, because sometimes we have the skills, sometimes you have the infrastructure, sometimes you have several things, but the mindset is a problem. So for example, if we are saying we want to move to digital transformation, you can have the equipment, you can have the infrastructure. Many of us, will be saying the main problem is we don't have internet, we don't have the devices, we don't have the capacity training in these. We will be seeing something from external that needs to be done. And we'll be saying that is why we have not yet reached there. But it's possible to have that infrastructure, which in many cases we have, but the mindset has not yet changed. So we do not have the culture. We do not acknowledge, we do not accept the things going forward. So it's a prime thing to think about our culture and address, like the research culture. So many of us, for example, in the institution, because we have a triple mandate, many of us are only participating in one of the mandates. We are only participating in training, you come, teach, go. We have not internalized that our mandate is triple. And it is not one day I am in research, this hour is research, this other hour is training. No, it's an integrated mandate. So we have not fully conceptualized the key role and the key, how much we are entrusted with. And I hope that we can ask ourselves that question when going forward. Thirdly, another thing that has come up is the need to document, manage, and analyze data. So because all these things depend on that data. You remember in our keynote talk, we were told data is the new oil. You know the importance of oil. You know it as a driver for many things. We were even told about the revolutions, the 4 revolutions that have occurred. And we were asked, what is the contribution of KMTC in that? So if you think about the steam, electricity, and so on, all the way, our contribution. And you might have some thoughts on that. It's something we can discuss. But when we say it's a new oil, it means it's not just about the training. It's even not just about health. It's about even development. So there is something very important about data. Many of the time though, just like oil, which may not be mined, data can be left, like we have a lot of routine data in this institution, even educational data, we have so much of it. Research data, we have so much of it. But do we analyze it? Do we use it? I had one of the presenters say that, you know, in KMTC, we do not keep data on pregnancies. I don't think you should say in KMTC, we do not keep data. You should ask yourself, why do you not keep? Because it does not have to come down and be said we have to keep. So for example, in my office, all the persons that I receive that this one has deferred, I think we have that data. If I have deaths, I can be able to tell you in this year how many students we have lost. I cannot say that, you know, in KMTC we don't collect this data. When they go, when they die, when they go, no. So it's our personal responsibility to collect the data that comes to you, that is within your area. If I'm teaching this subject, this person is here, I have to keep that data. If I am in the department, if I'm in the campus, if I'm in this office. So the importance of data. And yes, and we also said data is a new vaccine. So that if we're talking about, you know, the importance of vaccine in infectious diseases, which was one of our themes here. So data, meaning that we can use that data to prevent catastrophic events in health and also in education, among other areas. So data. So the thing I'm putting back to you is we have so much data. I have so much data personally, and all of you have so much data. How do we ensure it's not just passing by? If I am using the e-learning platform, in fact, e-learning, I can download all the data about attendance. If I am conducting exams on the e-learning platform, I can get data even on every question, you know, and I can now then see which is a good question, which is not. So, but we're not using the data. That is what I want to say. If I want data on how the attendance of the conference, I can get it. If I want data on the kind of papers presented in each of the successive conferences from 2010, I can get it. So we must take data analytics seriously because we have been told it's important. If you're going to move towards innovation and technology, data is really important. A fourth thing is that the technologies we're talking about, they are rapidly evolving. So an aspect of the innovation and technology is it's very dynamic. It's changing. So an example was the AI. I think we talk about the chat box and ChatGPT. Artificial intelligence, what it was maybe when it began is not where it is now. It's rapidly evolving. So some dynamism is required for us to adopt that and to also think, how else will it evolve so that it doesn't catch me by surprise? So there's a wide range of technologies. I want to also mention that in technology, we are not necessarily just meaning ICT technology, because it's possible to think that in technology, I just mean e-learning. No, in technology, we mean technology in the broad sense of the word. So how do we look at the technology in my discipline, the technology in the laboratory? For example, laboratory medicine. If you are looking at technology for anything, even testing blood glucose, it has changed a lot. Even technology for testing for COVID, a disease that was with us just here 2 years, so much has changed. So let's not think of technology in the narrow sense of ICT, but broadly, and see how it's already transforming primary healthcare so that we are, again, as KMTC, not left behind. You remember the keynote speaker also challenged us that we should not be passive, which I fully agree with. And that passiveness means me at the department, because remember, the change does not come necessarily from the top in the institution. Institutional change does not necessarily work in that way. And like us, because our core mandate is so broad, we have so many disciplines. I may not know very much, for example, about occupational health, orthopedic technology. I may not know how laser technology may help them. I may not know how 3D printing may help them. I may not know several other things, but I may know about my area of expertise. So it is us, the technical people, who lead in these technologies. So I know the technologies in my area, you know, then for us, for the management and the board, we can support. So where the direction that we are moving with regard to, let's say, technology for treatment or prevention of cervical cancer, I may not know that much, but the specialists in that area will know and will take us forward. So my plea is, please do not wait for, let's say, headquarters to take forward this agenda. No, you take it forward, then you come and tell me, oh, I need your support, administrative support in this way, but technical support, you're the experts. So I urge you to take it forward. If it's a collaboration with the ministry and the stakeholders, please go right ahead. One of the things here, we are very open. Go ahead and then let us know, oh, there is this aspect we are discussing and I need this support and we're here to support. Fifth is about the concept of digital transformation. Again, it's been discussed quite broadly. And one of the things we know, yes, we are in a digital transformation, but it's also been mentioned that we still have a digital divide. We still have analog systems or analog thinking or analog practices. And then we also have people who are ahead. So we have this divide. There are disparities in any campus, in any office. We might find there are people who are ahead, the others who are behind. What is it? Because we have to address this issue. We cannot just say, if we have one person in the department who can do X, Y, Z, then we are comfortable. No. So we need to seek also ways of addressing that digital divide. So you can have equipment, computers in the department, but only one person knows how to work with them. So we all leave that person with the work. Is it digital literacy? So we must identify what might be the game changers. Is it maybe typing skills? Is it literacy? Such that we break that divide and we put in. So have also some thoughts about that, which we can discuss. And that is why I needed us to have the rapporteurs to do an excellent job of capturing the discussions, capturing the key points, so that then going forward, we can implement this. So I thank all of those who have presented in this conference. I thank the keynote speaker. I thank those the invited guests who gave anchor talks on, excuse me, on our 6 areas. And all who responded to the call for papers, I thank you. In the papers presented, we have seen multiple tracks of research relating to different types of the innovations, the technology or health area or education or programmatic concerns. All these areas are very important, so we are happy that we had that wide range of presentations. I also note that we had papers that describe processes as well as those that described outcomes. So I reiterate, we are interested in both because we are interested in learning the methods. We are interested in capturing the processes. Right now, for example, I want to give an example to that processes are also important. We have been invited to go and speak in a government meeting to go and say our experience as KMTC in the way we manage our multiple campuses, okay, so that like in the TVET, they can learn from that. In the way we have handled a competence training, in the way we have handled this KNQA accreditation. So we are being repeatedly invited to speak about our processes and to say the steps that we have taken, but also the key success factors in the activities that we do. So I am repeating, the process papers are also important, but also the outcomes. So in those, again, you can say the key outcomes in that process, the key success drivers or key enablers or key barriers that, gave us trouble were X, Y, Z. We also present our methods on things, including research methods. So methodology papers are important, as well as the outcome papers. Remember, even when the outcomes were not in a given way, if you do a research and you want to find the association between X and Z, if you find there was no association, it is still important to present that research. We do not come just to hear where there was, maybe when you want to, the desired maybe result. No. So we have so much to present. I'm also happy to note that we had some papers on routine data. It is an important but underexplored leverage point for scientific inquiry. You have a lot of data. You don't have to say, now I am going to collect data for this research. You can also use the data you have and analyze it so that you're able to tell the trends. So again, whether data or training or any other activity that we do at any aspect, in any unit of our college, whether it's finance, we can analyze finance data. Whether it is in the clinic, we can analyze that data. Whether it's the counseling office, there's so much data that we can analyze. Even the chaplain's office is so much data that can be analyzed. So we haven't understood the full value of data and what we can do for it. For us, we believe, except I say now, I'm going out to contact this, cannot. There's so much. Even in our health facilities, so much data can be analyzed. So I'm asking also that we carry forward, that we, even routine data, let's not waste it, let's not ignore. Otherwise, we'll find it could have informed us so much, but we haven't taken it forward. Now, to all the presenters, those who have presented, I want to say well done, but also say there is work ahead for you. And I want you to commit to that work ahead. As I said on day one, we cannot think of the conference presentation as the ultimate outcome of our work. You've done research, whether maybe for your course or for doing research purposes, you went out to do research. At the end of your research, please do not say, because I have presented it in the conference, now I keep the report on the shelf and wait until I do the next research. No. Accountability is one of our core values, so we must use the research data that we collect in a very good way. We must resolve to make our research accessible to all. Presenting it here is not enough. There's a wider audience that needs to be able to access it. And one key way where they can access it without barriers, because so many people are not able to attend this conference, but they still would like to access your data at their convenience. They may not attend a meeting where you're presenting. So publications can be in peer-reviewed journals, it can be in blogs, it can be on social media. Publications or in various places is really important. Although I would encourage you to publish in peer-reviewed journals, I know that there are barriers. I had one of the presenters actually talking about how, most of the research might be published in journals that put, a paywall, which then now prevents us from accessing. The research is published, but we have to pay subscription and we can't access it. So what I'm saying is you can publish in the peer-reviewed journals, please go ahead and do that. But in addition, there are other ways you can publish, like doing blogs on this. So it's an area we have not explored very well. The other thing is we need to also think then, after disseminating, how does this lead to results? I need to go still beyond the dissemination to see that the research progresses to results on the recommendations. All your research, I have had you giving recommendations, and most of them read that the college should do this, should do this. Now, it's still you to follow up on that. So that if you are saying this service should be offered to our students because of the risk for suicide, because of mental health issues, maybe you're suggesting something should be done. And here we have maybe Student Affairs Office. It's still you to carry forward and maybe engage. So there are some ways of engaging further. One of them is like policy briefs, a one-page stating this is the problem, this is the evidence of the solution, and this is the way forward. A one-pager. For policymakers, you don't write 3, 4, 5 pages. They will only read it in 2 minutes. So a one-pager can really be helpful. So in our strategic plan 2023-2028, we actually plan to support a number of things in research. One of them is writing policy briefs. And I am going to therefore ask the Deputy Registrar Research that this team that has presented in this conference, all the people could be among the first beneficiaries for any maybe capacity building or any discussions around writing policy briefs. Because you see, they already have research, they already have some papers, they've already thought about the recommendations. Those are the people to talk about policy briefs, because you cannot talk about policy briefs if you have not even done the research, if you have not come up with, articulated the recommendations. So I would ask, because I think in our first year, in the 2023-2028, the first year, one of the things we want to do is, move the institution forward to using research to write policy briefs. I ask that the people in our conference booklet, this conference, should be the first ones to translate their research into policy briefs. Policy briefs does not necessarily mean government. We have policies around various things, even in the institution. So writing something for the person you are saying, that recommendation you are saying, the department should. So you write a small policy brief that you give the head of department. If you are thinking this needs the institution or the health facility or the county or the ministry, so a policy brief for that. So I expect that you can be the first beneficiaries and you actually write it and we then follow it to see how it will go forward. Now, we also plan to support collaborative research. So I'm so glad many of the papers here were presented by, they were not just one person who's done the research and presented. Many of them were teams. And even people who presented on behalf of their teams. I saw them listing and saying, I'm presenting on behalf of this team. The collaborative research is really important. I'm not saying that you cannot do research by yourself. You can do that. But there's a growing trend globally to fund collaborative research much more than individual research. And collaborative meaning, it's not just that I call somebody just for the sake of it, but meaningful collaboration. So I don't just bring you so that I can write your name here, but I involve you in the process. So you join and you're involved at every stage. You also do work. You can't joyride in collaborative research. You can't just ask for your name to be put, but you participate by giving ideas, maybe writing, maybe collecting data in such a way. So meaningful collaboration is something we would like to support going forward. There are many research opportunities in that strategic plan. So as I hope many of you have some idea that there is a plan, and I want to say it's going to be officially launched in the coming month, and you will definitely get access to it. So I urge you to familiarize yourself with it. There are many research opportunities because within it, whatever is in the plan, it tells you the priorities for the institution. So you can plug into that and do research in those areas. So to all the delegates and to all the audience, online and also physical audience at any session, I hope that the conference has provided you with new ideas, new tools, but importantly, new inspiration. I hope you're going back to your department, with a new commitment, with new energy, so that you can be a catalyst for change. So in your unit, in your department, I hope you can make a difference. We are saying we want to change our culture in research. So I hope that this will be useful. So I want to again end by thanking the entire team, everyone, for making this conference a success. All those who presented, all those who attended, but also those who gave services in the different areas. I want to thank you. We have more symposia where you can present more work. So we're not going to be waiting till the next 2 years. We have several symposia, we have several webinars. So if you have something to present, there are multiple opportunities. Do speak to the Deputy Registrar of Research and you will be guided. So with those remarks on my own behalf and on behalf of the CEO, I want to declare the conference closed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam EDA, for that very informative, very important information, even your closing remarks. And thank you for taking out for improvement. I know we have noted this and are going to input this in our next conference. Thank you also for reminding us about our triple mandate as KMTC. This is really going to help us in developing research in our institution. So I want now to move our thanks, and on behalf of the committee of this 7th KM Scientific Conference, I would like first of all to thank our Almighty God for giving us that we are here today in the last 3 days to be able to participate in this hosting of this conference has indeed been a journey, and I'm glad that we've been able to successfully execute this activity. And I would wish to thank our board of directors who have all leadership in our institution, out of which conferences such as this have been realized. Very special thank you also to our CEO, Dr. Kelly, for encouraging and supporting research activities in the college, such as funding of research studies, some of which have been discussed in this conference. I specifically want to also thank our very able guest speakers who have given us in-depth and invaluable information that have addressed various important areas of our theme, which was embracing technology and innovation in training and research towards strengthening primary health care. So Dr. Joseph CTNA, Mr. Charles Maru, Dr. Mohammed, Dr. Isabella Maina, Mr. Josh Kiptanui, Dr. Hosan Ajuk, and Dr. Rose Jalango. We appreciate you and we thank you for the time you took to prepare your work and for sharing your work with us. Indeed, you are very
your future is bright. So to our staff and students who have been keenly following us on different platforms, I want to thank you for your patience. I want to thank you for those of you who are following us virtually, and we are very grateful for that. Last but not least, I want to thank the planning committee of this conference. I want to thank the technical team that have been handling the cameras. You have stood for long hours. You've been with us. I know you have learned a lot too. You've become scholars in these 3 days, and we are grateful for the work that you have done. We are very grateful for that. So we promise that our next conference will be bigger and it will be better. And thank you very much, and God bless you. Asanteni sana. I will now request our chaplain to close for us with a word of prayer. Asante.
Thank you so much, Daktari. Before we pray, it's good always to appreciate what the Lord God is doing for us as Kenya Medical Training College. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, we thank you for enabling us to have the 7th scientific conference. Our God, you equipped all our presenters with knowledge and power to undertake research and case studies. We honor you, O God, for your power and wisdom. Help us to know our mandate integrated while serving our institutions with all godliness. These tools and skills, expertise are good for all of us. We thank you, Lord, that you gave us the opportunity to have the conference. Now, mighty God, we pray for blessings upon our Kenya Medical Training College. May you bless us and give us wisdom and power to move and fulfill our motto as we train for better health. And now may the Lord God bless you and keep you. May the Lord God let his face to shine upon you and scatter the darkness from before your path. And the blessing of God Almighty, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit be among you and remain with you always. Amen. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. May God bless Kenya. God bless Kenya Medical Training College. Amen.